Hello, hello. Tonight we're going to be leveling up Thaumaturge and Black Mage because of the vote in the community tab. As you may have seen, there was a pretty significant battle between Ninja and Black Mage. But Black Mage came out on top, so that's what we're playing today. As soon as the queue lets us. I wasn't that worried. Both Ninja and Black Mage were jobs that I would totally not mind playing. But ultimately, Black Mage was the winner. And I'm glad that it wasn't too close, because then I would be sad to disappoint those that were playing that wanted the alternative. But before we get too far away, we would like to grab this friendship circlet from Miss Cece here. Because we're going to be needing that for leveling. So, since we're doing Black Mage, we have to go to Ul'dah. Did we actually get all of the points? We did. I do believe we got that the first day we were in Ul'dah. We took the round trip to get everything. Hello, Yayake.
Welcome to the Thaumaturge's Guild. It is fate that has guided your steps here, friend. Within these hallowed halls, the arts of devastation are taught, primeval magics with which to bring about an enemy's ruin. If you would join our ranks and wield the power of Thaumaturgy, I urge you to seize this moment and confide in me your arcane ambitions.
Yeah, I would like to join.
Yes, there truly was no other answer, was there? Lean closer now, and I shall whisper to you of Thaumaturgy's beginnings. The nation of Ul'dah inherited its traditions from ancient Beladia, a city founded by the descendants of the first mages. The secrets of these illustrious sorcerers were ultimately entrusted to the priests of the Order of Nathal, who have passed them down from generation to generation ever since. Focused and refined over centuries of use in the Order's funereal rites. The arcane magics of our ancestors eventually emerged as the art we know now as Thaumaturgy. A freezing blizzard to halt corruption, a raging fire to cleanse the corpse, a bolt of lightning to expel the sins of mortal life. The Dweomers employed in the preparation of the dead are equally efficacious when applied to the living. Thus does our guild thrive in the depths of Arzaneth Ossuary, a sanctuary devoted to Thal, the divine arbiter of the afterlife.
Hey Pokeshack, how are you doing?
What say you then, adventurer? If you would plumb the abyssal depths of Thaumaturgy, let our learned sages guide your descent.
Well, first of all, those are not sages. Second of all, you're using a lot of words that I have a lot of difficulty pronouncing. Could you not? I'm good, Pokeshack. That's good to hear.
But before you leap into the darkness, you must prove to our guild masters that you are possessed of the spiritual fortitude necessary to look upon that which waits therein. When you are ready to submit to the judgment of our most eminent mages, say the word.
Like to you? Okay.
Well, adventurer, will you join our guild, or do you presume to ignore the urgings of impatient destiny?
Oh, we're getting a shield as well.
A wise decision indeed. To prepare for your initiation, I would have you study the volumes of fundamental thaumaturgical principle.
All 108 of them. This is gonna be a long quest.
Or at least I would, if such requirements had not been abolished. Too great a deterrent to fresh novices, they said. I suppose you shall just have to settle for calling upon the collective wisdom of our guildmasters. We have 5, you see, all brothers of the same house. Though they all wield supreme authority, it is the eldest who provides the singular voice for the guild when one is required. Master Kokobigo, I believe.
Good receptionist. Not sure who my boss is.
Wow, what? Oh, false teeth, miss. Did your mother never tell you not to start the Thaumaturge? Look at that expectant face, Kokobigo. This lady is obviously a new applicant for the guild-seeking audience with our eldest brother. Oh, Prelate Yayake, she can recite the 307 verses of the funerary rites for the virtuous fallen, but the simple task of keeping our names straight seems ever beyond her grasp. Well, I for one find the constant confusion endlessly entertaining. My apologies, my dear. My merriment was not meant to mock your mistake. It is our sibling Kokobuki with whom you should speak.
Ah yes, the one and only Black.
What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Thal has let us a new aspirant? Ah, Kokobuki, were you here the entire time? Greetings, child. I am Kokobuki, the eldest, and I would venture to say, the wisest of the 5 masters of the Thaumaturges Guild.
Oops. It's okay, I have the rest of the spiel.
It is my solemn duty to furnish our would-be initiates with a succinct understanding of our beloved art. Thus, I would have your fullest attention. To wield Thaumaturgy is to unleash devastation of the highest magnitude. The lethal force of our spells far exceeds the destructive capability of any other form of arcane manipulation. Fire, lightning, blizzards, somnolence. The Thaumaturge calls upon an expansive arsenal of offensive incantations to incapacitate and obliterate all manner of adversaries.
Somnolence? What's somnolence? That's hilarious. That means sleep. So he's saying we use fire, lightning, ice, and sleep magic, but sleep isn't Black Mage exclusive anymore. Not even close. That's pretty funny.
Open your mind to our sorcerer's teachings, and you, too, shall soon hold the unparalleled power of our discipline in the palm of your hand. Of course, such power has a price. You must be willing to plunge headfirst into the forbidding chasm of Thaumaturge's secrets. For advancement in this art comes only with the completion of deadly and terrible trials.
I feel like this is similar to how we had to do terrible trials as a toothpicker.
I ask you now, aspirant, are you prepared to leap into the abyss in pursuit of power unrivaled?
Yes, absolutely. Don't I look fierce enough for that?
A confident response. Your name, if you will? Well, very well, Caetsu. Let us mark your initiation with 3 eminently practical gifts. My first gift to you shall be an addition to your hunting log, the names of such enemies that will prove suitable to your training as a Thaumaturge. The second and third gifts are the scepter and shield, instruments you shall need to focus the destructive force of your will. Did you believe your initiation over? My dear disciple, we have only just begun. Take your new weapons in hand, and I will set you forth upon your first trial.
The interesting thing here is that this pretty much means that your first trial is actually, this quest is like the quest you start with if you start as a Thaumaturge, right? So that means that when he's like, I have 3 gifts for you, originally, not only do they not have to just give you 2, since you wouldn't have the hunting log unlocked yet, but you would have already received the other 2 gifts, so that quest is completely, like, that quest part is completely redundant. Now then, equip that, equip this, and then equip these. And now we're back to the starting outfit. Isn't that adorable? Oh right, we left the equipment with Miss Cece. Pokeshak says, but you need more than anyone? What do you mean? Like more than one that can use sleep? Or what did you mean? We don't need this. I think this is fine, and then we'll need the mount button. Peep, peep, peep. This is best. Hello, Kokabuki. You need sleep for no die alone. Is that a specific quest? What do you mean when we were soloing? Given how much we used sleep then.
The scepter well complements the avid desire for destructive power written upon your features. Now, we shall complete your initiation with a trial to test the limits of your aptitude for channeling thaumaturgy. Huge hornets, star mammoths, and snapping shrews inhabit this land in abundance. Exercise your sorcerer's might and slay 3 of each of these creatures before returning to my side.
Alright. So, on the way... Well, first of all, we should add this as a new set so I don't accidentally override the Dragoon set. Also, that's such a terrible place that they put your gauge in by default. It's so bad. It's so far away. Oh, it's a joke. Alright, my bad. Let me just find Miss Cece. She has some trinkets that I need. Some extra free stats. There we are, and I feel like I've forgotten something. Oh right, the incredibly excessive gauge. You don't have to be that big. 100% will be just fine. There we go. Now, are all those 3 enemies right out there? Well, then we go right out there. Hey, Star Mammoth! Oh, we should grab this. And yeah, it might seem crazy to put hunting log right there, but we're going to be accessing that very frequently. We gained an entire level from 1 enemy. 1. I like how they used the basic, like default Black Mage job gear set for this picture. It's very nice. So do we level up again by killing this? And level 3? What do you mean, Blizzard? I max out my mana by killing things, you see. This is a little bit silly. Yeah, now we're level 4. We haven't even done the quest. Where are the shrews at? Oh, and those are level 3, so they're actually expecting that it'll take a little bit. That'll be fine. I'll just ignore it for a little bit. I only killed enemies relevant to my quest, and I reached level 5 before I was capable of finishing it. I reached level 6 before I was actually able to finish it. Of course, the reason why I'm getting so ridiculous amounts of experience is because of the road to level 80, but it still feels a little silly. So the big question is whether we're going to be a Black Mage before we're done today. I think I'm going to be doing the Smith's quests, you know, for the brand new outfit, since might as well get it done. Then we have a decent set of gear for level 15. The big question is, how long are we going to be level 15? Hey Dr. Wario, how are you doing? We just figured out that you get to level 6 by just killing the enemies relevant to the level 1 quest for Thaumaturge.
You have the satisfied look of a mage who has utterly vanquished her foes. Caetsu, I formally welcome you into the Brotherhood of Thaumaturges. The purpose of this trial was to gauge your capacity for wielding Thaumaturgy, an innate quality the limits of which are bound by the level of etheric energy flowing through your physical being. Ether, the very stuff of life, exists within all living creatures to a greater or lesser extent. Remember this, for it is the most basic law of arcane manipulation. As your experience grows, so shall your reserves of thaumaturgical endurance. The wellspring of your magical might will also swell in response to moments of extreme terror and duress. When you find yourself seeking greater challenge, when next you crave the thrill of exquisite fear, that is, when you shall know the time has come for you to visit me once more.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's right about now. Also, that's good to hear, Dr. Wario. I'm also doing well. Funny thing is that I think there was a way to like get more mana. Like back in the day, like you would get more mana as some of your stats increased. But what is absolutely certain is that as you leveled up, your maximum mana increased. That makes sense. But it was pointless because most of your spells, as most jobs, would use, you know, percentage of your mana anyway. So that's why they ultimately made it just 10,000. If you guys are curious on that little history lesson there. I believe piety used to increase your maximum mana. But that's almost worse than how it is now, since it just means that you would be able to stockpile more MP and bring, you know, a little bit more NP into a fight. Now, it means you're generating more through the course of a fight, meaning that just a small bit of piety might be worth more. On the other hand, it was if it relatively speaking meant that, you know, bringing 1000 MP from extra piety was the equivalent amount of piety you had to invest, you know, be able to regen like 2 extra MP per tick over a 10-minute fight. That's 1200 MP. So it would have ultimately been about the same. Anyway, moving further into this,
your burgeoning power strains against the confines of your untried mortal shell. Another trial you must have. From this day forth, your tasks and challenges will be shaped by the teachings found within Thaumaturge, the Yawning Abyss, a tome penned by the renowned thaumaturge Zozomaya. My brothers, who have not once tasted the bitter draught of defeat, will instruct you on the vital lessons to be gleaned from the 4 extensive chapters that comprise this exemplary work. Much shall you learn about the threats with which a practitioner of our art must contend.
Hey Lowell, and yeah, exactly, it's Black Mage time. How are you doing?
The first chapter, The Threat of Intimacy, falls within Kokobigo's purview. It is only fitting that one so averse to being approached shall teach you the wisdom to be uncovered therein.
Don't get hit by physical attacks. That's the chapter. Hey Kokobigo?
Ah yes, Caetsu.
And I'm intentionally making sure they all have the same voice. That makes it more convincing that people would mistake them for one another.
Ah yes, Caetsu. I've been expecting you. Allow me to read to you the pertinent passages from the opening chapter to Zozomaya's Guide.
The threat of intimacy. Ah, how magnificent the potent power we wield. Roaring flames, piercing ice, and shocking bolts are matched not by fist or sword or spear. But the burly warrior waxes fearsome with every closing step. Fists shatter bone, blades slide through flesh, spears puncture soft bellies. Know you this threat, and stand you apart from such men.
That last part makes me queasy, no matter how often I recite it. The lesson, however, should be obvious. Keep your distance from your foes. Apart from the agony of being hit, or stabbed, or worse, you will have a devil of a time completing an incantation with an enemy flailing his weapons at your person. Thus, the wise Thaumaturge always strikes from afar. The farther, the better.
Not always in practice.
Now, let us proceed with your trial. Take this dried fish and set it down in the vicinity of the Silver Bazaar. Next, simply draw back to a comfortable distance and wait for a vulture to swoop in to feed. That's when you ambush the nasty creature with a barrage of deadly spells. Once you have slain the scavenger, be sure to retrieve a generous slice of vulture meat for Fafafono. He doesn't mind us conducting trials so close to his shop, so long as he's properly compensated. Yes, Caetsu, we pay him in sorcery-blasted bird flesh.
Excellent. You finished the Alexander raid yesterday. Is there content you should try out before you go back to main quest? What level is your main quest, Lowell? Turn your foes into what? IEDs? IEDs? Is that a spelling mistake, Dr. Wario, or what do you mean? You are on patch 5.4. The good news there are that like 99% of side quests are not directly most side content is not directly tied to the main quest, and if it is, they take place, in a time bubble. So it means that any content put in the game before 5.4 will not address anything that happens after 5.4. So you don't have to do any content, but I'm guessing you might have figured that one yourself. But if you want to experience all of the content that is there before you move on to the next bit, I would say, have you experienced the Stormblood raids, Omega? And have you experienced the Shadowbringers raids, Eden? If no, maybe you'd want to do those. If yes, have you done the Alliance raids? There's a Heavensward one. I usually call it Void Ark, but that's technically only one of the three raids. And there's the Stormblood one, which is I usually call it Ivalice, because that's like the area that it is supposed to occur in, where Ivalice is the place that I believe Final Fantasy Tactics is known to occur in. And if you have done that, then near raids in Shadowbringers, and if you've done all raids, then the only things I think I have left that I could suggest is have you been to Eureka? I don't personally, I don't like being in Eureka, but maybe you'd like it, in which case you might be missing out. Have you been to Bosha? That is a little different take on the same concept and principles as Eureka. So if you like one, you might like the other. But I'm more just like suggesting so that you're not missing anything. But I will say that both Eureka and Bosha are like extreme time sinks. So if you try it and don't feel particularly inspired, then I would advise you to just skip. Like, just come back to it later, because it's gonna take so long to experience. But if you're not like specifically if like, I would say that there's an argument to be made that you might benefit more from just ignoring the side quests and going directly for the more main quests. But that's maybe just because you will actually, you know, level up quick by doing the main quest, which will make some of that side content easier to experience, especially when it's old content. Since it'll mean that you would have to either do it alone or you would need help. Oh, okay, Pokeshack. Thank you, and have a good day. Small of the Dark. Well, and we still have a toothpick as a weapon, it's just... it's not as sharp. And we don't really stab much with it. We also are in the fortunate situation that because I'm missing out on experience because I'm not eating food. Well, it's not much. Apparently I'm getting you can't see it because you can't see my chat, but whenever I kill something, I get 560% extra experience, and eating food would just increase that to 563% extra experience, so it wouldn't be super massive. The world says, I think I'd like to add more content for my roulettes. I'll probably do the alliance raids and trials I haven't unlocked yet. That's fine. That means, of course, that there's oh, I can't remember. Oh yeah, there's the Warring Triad in Heavensward, and the Four Lords in Stormblood, and then there's the weapons in Shadowbringers. If you haven't done those, then you might find those really fun. And I especially really like the story that happens in Shadowbringers, and it is mildly relevant to some things that happen in Endwalker. Like mildly, as in there is an NPC, a very important NPC to the weapons story, that does not have time for something that happens in a specific point in Endwalker. And the reason why makes perfect sense if you've done this side quest line. But it's not really like, you're not missing out by not knowing. It's just, huh, I see. Nothing more than that.
You're done making use of my testing grounds, are you? Cough up the fee then. There's nothing so tender as a bit of meat pummeled with wanton wizardry. Nice doing business with you, Thaumaturge.
Did you say Thaumaturge? Has this mage just completed a guild trial?
Master Alchemist, what brings you out to our bazaar this fine evening? The lady here just slew herself a plump vulture. Was it plump? You'd be surprised at how many of these scepter-wielding sorcerers end up sliced to ribbons by beak and talon, and that's not the sort of flesh I have a taste for, you understand.
My brothers, not again.
Yeah. Lowell says, what are not quests? Do you mean like the clan, the not clan marks in Crystarium? Is that what you're talking about? We are in Western Thanalan. Are there any targets left here? No, it's all in Central Thanalan. In that case, back to Ul'dah. I should really make that my home point now. I don't think I've used any of my cheap teleports yet. No, I haven't actually chosen where my free spot is and stuff like that. I should do that. Yes, the Not Clan. So, do you remember the clan hunts in Stormblood and Heavensward? And A Realm Reborn, for that matter? So, in A Realm Reborn, I believe doing the clan hunts at the hunting board at your Grand Company gives you some allied seals or something like that, which you can use for a few things, and you get very few of them, but you get more if you participate in like rank A or rank S hunts. Heavensward and Stormblood, I believe, gives Centurio seals instead, which is the same. Like, it's the same idea. It's just that they have more things you can buy. But for the most part, it's like smaller things. From Shadowbringers and onward, at least so far, so Shadowbringers and Endwalker, this is replaced with the Nuts clan, which means that if you found the vendor for nuts, for the Nuts clan, you should be within like a stone's throw of the hunting board related to the Nuts clan. If you talk with that, you should be able to choose some hunts, or you might need to talk with an NPC nearby to unlock them. And then you will be able to do daily quests that give decent amount of experience, actually, for jobs in level range 71 to 80. If you're above level 80, it's still fine experience, it's just it stops scaling. Does that answer your question?
Welcome back, Caetsu. You seem to have done well. Both eyes intact. Face appears unshredded.
Thanks.
It truly is the most terrible feeling to have one's casting interrupted by heinous injury. It's one of the easier trials if you ask me. Keep well away from pointy, slashy, bashy things if you want to reach the end of an arcane utterance. That's just common sense. Fortune favors the fighter who flings fire from afar. I simply love the look of loathing leveled at me by the distant duelist, distressed by my deadly downpour.
You like tongue twisters, I think.
We Thaumaturges excel at offense but fail miserably at defense. Our most effective strategy is to topple our adversaries with overwhelming force before they have a chance to respond. Honor is for knights and dead mages. Caetsu, your studies appear to be progressing nicely. It won't be long before you dominate the battlefield as an avatar of sorcerer's destruction. So it's true, Bookie. Don't try to hide from me, Bigo, or you, Barney, or Busy, or Boha. Coco Boozy, what are you doing here?
And here comes the sixth twin, apparently.
You promised you would teach me next. Well, yes, of course we did, Boozy, but the cancer here was more insistent. And once again, you brush me aside in the hope that I abandon my heart's desire. Why do you deny me? I hate you, all of you.
Oh no. Family trouble.
Please, Boozy, you shouldn't say such hurtful things. You know how delicate Bigo is.
Hey, I think you missed something.
That was Coco Boozy, our youngest brother. He so dearly wishes to become a Thaumaturge like the rest of us, but it simply isn't possible. The poor boy's etheric levels are pitifully low. We thought we had convinced him to accept fate's cruel quirks when he entered the Alchemist's Guild, but he yet yearns to walk the path of Thaumaturgy. Such is Kokobusi's determination that he spends all his waking moments experimenting with alchemical concoctions, seeking a method by which he can expand his capacity for arcane manipulation. Well, this is obviously not your concern. Back to the abyss with you, young Thaumaturge, and I mean that in the most encouraging manner possible.
Oh, I think we're not gonna level up from this, so this is gonna be super inconvenient. Custom-made robe. That's a special unique outfit. But not an upgrade? Surely it is. No, it's because the gear is in my inventory. There we are. Actually, do we have any other equipment that might be helpful here? Nope. It's kind of like tribal quests. Yeah, a little bit. The difference is that, well, I'll get back to that when you're back, I think. And that's alright. Now I have to go out, bonk a single enemy like once, and then go back and grab the next quest. It's a little inconvenient. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna try and seek out as many of these enemies as we can. Black brush? All the way up there, they say. That's in the clutch, that's over there, but that's even higher level, so we go this way. And I do have the black brush station. I could have just teleported. Oh well. There they are. And there we are. And now we have sleep, which we're probably not gonna need for very much for a long while. And now, onward to find the next thing. Grave Robber. I wonder where they would be. This is the Kikin. I believe those are like over there. Just from memory. What these? Oh, that's antlings of different kinds. Still could be in this direction. I think. Maybe, maybe not. Spriggan Grave Robber. 1723. That's not even close to the Black Brush. Are you sure about this game? We need more, like, area tags in central Thanalan. There they are. I remember that one of the pugilist quests are in this area, just randomly. Because this particular cliffside is very specific. It has an attack speed buff. And now the Shell Sweeper. $16.19. Yeah, that was about where I expected them to be. I believe you get phase from those, which is a Blue Mage spell. I remember going up here seeking those out. They are apparently in a fate. But we can do that. Welcome back, Lou. Yeah, as you were saying, they're kind of like tribal quests. The main difference being that there is not a limit on how many of them you can do, aside from how many there are. So you can keep doing them until you run out of daily ones. But they're very good for experience on like extra jobs, since there's not really a queue time to them like there is with so many other, especially DPS jobs actually. Like whenever people ask for tips on how to level a job, like an extra job, one of my best recommendations for DPS jobs is to do things like the hunt marks while you're queued for dungeons and stuff, to compensate for the fact that DPS jobs tend to have a rather long queue time. Sunbat. We aren't even really strong enough to fight much AoE, but we're gonna have an AoE spell in just a moment. Uh-oh. I'm getting piled on right now. Didn't even need to use the potion. Noel says, I've been really enjoying Monk. I played Monk the whole day yesterday. Oh, that's awesome. That's great to hear. We did talk a lot about Monk the other day, right? So I'm glad that you have had a lot of fun with it. Dr. Mario says, what's the best jobs for retainers? So, I talk a little bit about it in my retainer guide. But I don't get too specific on it. So, you have, you could say you have 4 categories, where one is all combat jobs. Like literally every single combat job is equal in value there. Then you have miner, botanist, and fisher as the 3 other categories. the reason why they're categorized like that is because each of the categories has like a 1 hour task they can do, where you can choose what item you want. For combat jobs, all combat jobs, you can choose some materials, primarily materials that you could have farmed yourself, but maybe you wouldn't want to farm them yourself. So you can save time by having them do it, like leatherworking materials, for instance, or meat drop from like for culinarian. For mining, you can instead choose like a list of materials that you have mined before, and that your retainer's high enough level that they would also be capable of mining it. And botany is the same, just with botany, and fishing is also the same, just with fishing. Now, the big difference here is that the combat jobs, most of their targets will have a level requirement, so an actual job level requirement, and an item level requirement. So you need to furnish them with decent gear, right? Otherwise it won't work. But more importantly, the 3 gatherers instead have a minimum, I believe a minimum gathering requirement as like the gathering stat itself. And then if you have a higher perception value, you will be able to get more materials, whereas the combat jobs just get more materials if their item level is really high. So basically what that means is that the gatherer jobs, you actually need to think a little bit about what gear you give them, although I'm pretty sure that they'll get all the stats they need if you just give them high item level gatherer equipment, and it'll be fine. Now, the big difference is, of course, that the combat jobs give you stuff that you could farm by fighting mobs, which means that a lot of players will just, have those coincidentally. But also the fact that because combat jobs are something everyone has leveled up, and you need to level up the job yourself to be able to have a retainer be the job, it means that there's probably a significant majority of retainers that are combat jobs, which means that anything that a combat retainer would be able to bring home is probably not worth that much compared to something that a gatherer could bring home. So that's the first point. Gatherers are probably better, just based on that. The second one is that the 18-hour ventures that you can send your retainers on, they basically give some specific items that are unique to that for combat jobs. It's like bunny, like the elegant gill pieces, these, I believe. Nope, not those. These, like 7 or 8 of those typically at their max level. And then they'll give you some materials from the list of specific ones you could have picked every hour if you wanted to. But the gatherers can sometimes bring home materials that are normally exclusive to timed nodes. So that means that you would be able to gather more timed nodes than normal by sending your retainer out to do it. So that's one thing. Or that's another, win for the gatherer retainers. And timed nodes tend to be more valuable because they're limited in how many you can gather at any one time. But, and this is a big but, the quick venture, the final option, where you just send your retainer out for an hour to get something, they actually have only one loot table. So if you send your retainer out on a quick venture, it does not matter what job your retainer is. At all. If you exclusively did quick ventures, then your retainer's job is irrelevant, because it doesn't actually affect it at all. It's basically just a random roll, and then maybe you get something good. But basically, the quick venture has both the lowest and the highest possible payout. Like, you could get something that is completely worthless, Or you could get general purpose pure white dye or jet black dye and be 400,000 gil richer in an instant. And that's not even the highest you can get, I believe. But the gatherers tend to be able to get, you know, with the other more reliable options, be able to make more consistent money. So if you are at max level with both gatherers and combat jobs, and you're choosing your first retainer job, then I would say choose gatherers, probably. Preferably different ones. If there are two, like of the 3 gatherers, if there's one you like to do yourself, maybe don't make your retainers that one, and then make them do the two other ones. But if you're just gonna go do quick ventures anyway, then it actually doesn't really matter what you choose. If you choose a combat job as your retainer, it would benefit you to choose combat jobs that you yourself play, because then they can just inherit your gear at max level. Like, as you get new gear, you can just pass your old gear to your retainer. Only combat brings home dice. No. So, let me repeat. Quick ventures are accessible to all jobs. Like, actually all jobs. So both combat and gatherers can do quick ventures. And the quick ventures can bring home the, I believe it's called the retainer coffer or venture coffer or something like that. And when you open that, it can contain like one of 30 dice and like a retainer fantasia and stuff like that. But among those dice is both general purpose pure white and general purpose jet black, which are extremely valuable. So valuable that you can buy the actual jet black and pure white in the Mog Station store for real money. Does that answer your question, Dr. Wario? Like, just in broad terms. And then Lowell says, Monk gets job-specific gear at 90. All jobs get job-specific gear at level 89 in Endwalker. When you're far enough in the main quest, it'll make sense. And just like in Shadowbringers, it will be a vendor that just hands it to you. But the difference is, in Endwalker, there is no required role quest line to do to unlock it. You just get it. There is a role quest line, but that unlocks dyeing that outfit, if you want to do that.
Yes, Caetsu, yes. The aura of power surrounding you is palpable. The glare begins to blind my Thaumaturge's eye. Your lesson today shall be taught by Kokubani. Go to him and hear from the chapter entitled The Threat of Paucity. Paucity? Paucity. Is that it? Paucity. Interesting. This guild is the guild of funny words that I haven't actually seen before. And I believe I've seen a lot of words. Aha! So, Caetsu, you have come to learn at the foot of the 3rd eldest brother, have you? I promise you, however, your education shall not be third-rate. Let us read from the 2nd chapter, shall we? Are you settled? No last-moment trips to the privy? Well then, very well.
The threat of paucity. Ah, how magnificent the ruthless power we wield. Flame devours, ice entombs, and lightning courses through the stricken bodies of our foes. But oh, such desperation when the wellspring runs dry. Flame sputters out, ice melts into slush, and lightning sparks no longer. Know you this threat, and mind you the limits of your mortal vessel.
A terrifying thought, isn't it? A Thaumaturge who has exhausted her arcane reserves is not but a woman with a stick and a funny hat. I have a feather. For we mages, you may as well equate the etheric energy flowing through our veins with our very lifeblood. Should a battle find us lacking in this precious resource, we are as good as dead. Controlling the expenditure of your power requires an understanding of etheric balance. The scales can tip in one of 2 directions, astrally or umbrally. When your mind and spirit lean in an umbral direction, your thaumaturgy is affected by a state known as umbral ice. The potency of your spells is diminished, but they also require less energy to invoke. On the other hand, a Thaumaturge in the astral fire state will find the potency of her incantations enhanced, but at a greater cost to her etheric stamina. Now, with the concepts of etheric balance and efficient casting foremost in your mind, I bid you go forth and slay 8 efts. Mud puppies? Pray do your best to stay alive. It reflects badly on me when the mauled corpse of one of my pupils is returned to the ossuary. Thanks, I think. And Lewis says, dying is a must, yes. My recommendation in that regard is, if you're leveling a lot of jobs at once, don't do the job, the role quest line with the job that you're doing the main quest line with, because the role quest line actually gives a decent amount of experience. But you will not need it on your main. Like, you probably won't. I pretty much never fell behind the main quest when I was completing Endwalker. And I didn't do any side quests while completing Endwalker. Lord says, I feel that if Monk got a Hadouken for a ranged ability, it would be a complete job. Isn't Enlightenment a little bit like a Hadouken? Your AoE chakra spender, I'm pretty sure that's a Hadouken, isn't it? But I agree, they kind of are missing like an actual ranged attack. I think a lot of the time when Monk are wishfully dreaming of actions they wish they had, it's almost always a case of, I wish we had a ranged attack. And often the typical example is, what if we could spend chakra to do a ranged attack? It doesn't have to be particularly good. It could just spend 1 chakra to do like damage to compensate for not being able to do anything otherwise. So it's not like people are expecting a huge payout. It's just that they want to be able to do something when they have to stay at range for a long time. Yeah, so I can agree on that one. But I will say that Enlightenment actually has a decent range. You might be able to do some shenanigans with that if you need a ranged attack for a while. It's just not that long. I do believe I saw someone specifically wish for both 10 stacks of chakra instead of max 5, so that you don't, like, I think I said that last time we were talking about the monk as well. But they wished that the monks could stockpile 10 chakra and spend 5 at a time, just so that you didn't miss out on any when you were lucky. And then simultaneously wished to have a spender that didn't spend all of them, just a single one to do a ranged attack. That isn't Enlightenment. But I think Enlightenment has like a decent range at least. It's not huge, but it's better than having nothing, I'm pretty sure. We're also actually getting really close to being able to do that Smith quest. Or Smith task. I'll just check. Do we have anything to hunt in Central Thanalan since we do. We have 3 things. 4 things. 4 things. Let's do that before we return. Then we might be able to pick up the next quest. It said there was like 3 things in the clutch, didn't it? 2 things in the clutch. Those 2. And we're in the clutch right now.
I feel like I remember... Oh yeah, there they are. I was like, there's usually cacti up on this cliff. I can really feel that we don't have any gear right now. And we have to find this Quiveron attendant. And I can also say that if you guys are wondering, I'm specifically choosing to do these to try and optimize how quickly we can level up Thaumaturge. It's not just me going, oh yeah, we can do that. It would make perfect sense to not go back to the class quest before you're able to pick up the next one. It saves you the time of having to come back twice. Lowell says, how is it starting from scratch with your main DPS at that? My main DPS job is probably more like summoner, but I play everything, so I guess it counts. Are you asking how it's feeling to do that again? Like I think it's fine. It feels a little bit like being in Palace of the Dead, I think. Which I don't do that much, I guess. Wasn't there 4 things? Or was it only 3? Or did I do one without remembering? Oh, there. The frog. I'm guessing those are in the water there. There it is. But it's nice. I actually always liked how you like progressively unlock all of your spells. Which is also part of the fun in when I was making all of the low level guides. I had to like sort of re-experience how the job was played from level 1 to 50. Just indirectly by describing how it played rather than actually playing it. Oh yeah, that's true, we had a talk about the summoner. But it is, I really, when I put up the poll asking which job you guys wanted to see, all the 5 jobs that were in the poll were jobs that I didn't mind playing. So it didn't matter which one you guys decided to vote on. I would have liked playing any one of them. I think Black Mage is the one that had the most significant changes in their low level experience. But it's not like it's super massive, since the biggest change is the aspect mastery at level 1, but it doesn't actually really do anything until level 35. So we have it, but we don't use it for anything really until level 35. Are those sentries in that area? Oh, they are. Excellent. You picked Ninja. Actually, there was early on in the poll there was like a period where I believe Ninja and Black Mage was one single vote from each other. Like that, it was a really close one. Oh, what? Giant tortoise? Why is it saying Western Thanalan? There's obviously a tortoise right here. Now the question is whether we can beat it. It's pretty strong. But yeah, Ninja would be something where we'd be able to feel the difference at like level 30. And of course, we would also be able to feel the difference with Trick Attack and Mug being a little different, but I can't actually remember if Mug now has its changed features at the very, very, very start. We can beat it, just barely. But it would have been a problem if we had missed an attack. I believe my best friend also voted on the poll, and she also chose Ninja simply because she thought that it would be really funny and cute with the Ninja run, because you do the airplane arms when you're a Lalafell, which I think is a really funny reason. Huh? Huh. And we can actually extract a material. I didn't think you would be able to do that from such low gear. Mudras are a huge playstyle change. Yeah, but actually, Lowell, early in Shadowbringers, and everything before Shadowbringers for that matter, Mudras were OGCDs. And you might be saying, but wait, the hand signs are OGCDs. Yes, but the actual ninjutsu cast itself was also an OGCD, which meant that to play ninja perfectly, you needed an extremely good connection, because to do something like Suiton, you needed to quadruple weave, which, if you've watched my guides, which I do believe you said you had, my job guides, I say that triple weaving is a terrible idea. And Ninja had to quadruple weave as like a standard thing that you always had to do. And triple weave for Raiton and stuff like that. It was actually a thing in guides that if your connection was kinda bad and in certain combo situations, that you would use Fuma Shuriken. Just because it was just a double weave, so it was somewhat feasible to do consistently. So they reworked it to just to be a, like, the hand signs are OGCDs, but the ninjutsu itself is a GCD, and also the global of it was slightly shorter to compensate for the fact that typically it would take you more than, you know, a GCD to perform it, because of it being a triple weave. Ta-da! Level 15. Let me just check. I didn't finish the toads. Why did I only fight 2 toads? Why did I only fight 2 toads? That's terribly inefficient. And Joel says, I haven't even tested if I could triple weave with my connection. Double weaving sounds more doable though, so I do that instead. Yeah, so there's actually a few things with that, because to triple weave in like a normal sense, like to double weave takes so on average, with an average connection, it takes like 0.625-ish seconds to do a single weave, which then becomes 1.25 seconds, because you both have the 0.625 of your actual end lag from your original cast, and then you have the 0.625 animation lock from the weave itself, and then you have the double weave, which becomes 1.875. What really matters here is that a single weave, so using an action in general on an average connection, animation locks you if it doesn't have a cast time. If it doesn't have a cast time, then it animation locks you for a fourth of the standard global cooldown, so 0.625. And when you use an OGCD, so an ability, and single weave, that animation locks you for an additional 0.625 seconds, which is a fourth again. So if you do an instant attack and single weave, you've spent half of your global cooldown. If you double weave, then you've spent 3/4 of your global cooldown. And if you then triple weave, then you've spent exactly 100% of your global cooldown, which means that if you are a single fraction of a second slower than you would think on average, then you will clip your GCD, which means that you're delaying your GCD, which is a DPS loss, so you don't want to do that, ever, if you can avoid it. Now, the problem is that 99% of players that have gear and are not like level 16 in terrible item pieces at the very start will have a GCD of less than 2.5. And if your GCD is less than 2.5 and your connection is average, then you cannot feasibly triple weave. Just to answer your question, David, you cannot triple weave without clipping. And just to repeat, clipping means when your animation lock from an ability or something ends so late that your global cooldown finishes, but you can't cast anything yet because you're in animation lock. So you clip the GCD and you lose DPS. I hope that answers the question, David. And also, welcome, David. I hope you're doing well. And Lowell says, this might be silly, but double weaving means to press the buttons weaved at the same time after GCD, right? No. Not quite. Are there striking dummies in this town? Please say there is. That would be super duper convenient. No, that's not this town. So, I might be able to show it anyway. So we switch to Dragoon. So, my very first video on my channel actually is a guide where I explain all the fine details of global cooldowns and weaving. But, it's not the best, because I've gotten a little better at making videos. But just to demonstrate, you have to look very carefully at this, Lowell, because I'm only going to be able to do it once or twice maybe. I'll run over here and poke this one. So now we have 2 targets, so I'll be able to just perfectly double weave and nothing more. So double weaving means using 2 abilities between 2 weapon skills or spells. That's essentially what it means. So single weaving, of course, means using 1 ability between 2 weapon skills or spells. So you don't double weave by pressing 2 abilities at once, because using any action at all will incur an animation lock. And this animation lock will be half a second plus something based on your latency. And that's why I say usually it's about 0.625 in total, because you add like a fourth to the half a second, that's fine. And it also makes a really nice math with what I explained earlier, with it being a fourth of the basic GCD. So a demonstration of a double weave would be that I do True Thrust, Life Surge, Lance Charge, and then Vorpal Thrust. That might not be something you would actually want to do, but that would technically be a double weave. So to demonstrate, True Thrust, Life Surge, Lance Charge, Vorpal Thrust, with no delay, like perfectly sequenced, and I do my Vorpal Thrust exactly on time. And I could have probably done it a slightly fast, but now I was explaining while I did it. I hope you saw that, oh well, because I only did it once. And the reason why I only did it once is because no striking dummy. That's why I was hoping for a striking dummy. Does that make sense? So, you could see how it was extremely tight, how perfectly it was timed with me being able to double weave and do 2 GCDs. If I were to try and do a third OGCD in between that, it would not have worked. It just would not have worked. I wouldn't have had enough time. So that's generally the explanation. I hope that makes sense. And I also hope I covered the question well enough for you, David. If you feel like you're even more confused now, please let me know. Because then we can talk a little bit more about it. Maybe I can find a striking dummy. Yeah, so double weaving is doing two things in the time, like two off-global cooldown things, in between two global cooldown things. And because of the animation lock, those two things are also spaced. As long as you're spacing them a little bit and not trying to do multiple things at once, it works. I have a video where I try to showcase what happens if you try to do a lot of OGDs at the same time, but which one was that? I think it's like a recent one. Which one would that actually be? I think it's in my How to Read Tooltips guide, actually. Because I'm demonstrating the difference between using a GCD or an OGCD. Yeah, it's not intuitive at all. I don't believe the game at any point really explains that abilities can be used separate from spells or weapon skills, or maybe they do. I can't remember if it popped up like that when we just learned them, but it would be very difficult to find. Oh, I don't know where I would find it. That's the typical problem with the active help menu, is that I don't know where I would look for that particular piece of information. Now.
Aha! You're right before me, upright and breathing. Wonderful. It is so much simpler to pose questions to a student without having to resort to necromantic divination. Tell me, Caetsu, what action would you take if you found your thaumaturgical endurance exhausted in the midst of battle?
Brandish my scepter as a club. Yes.
Oh yes, the scepter is certainly a lethal instrument of death. Your death, you valorous fool. Remember the first chapter. We do not close distance with our enemies. And we certainly do not hit them with our finely crafted tools of thaumaturgy. Pray consider replenishing your energies with a vial of ether before humiliating yourself in melee combat. Ah, ether, the draught of the gods. We thaumaturges, indeed, any who practice the arts of arcane manipulation, value this substance above all others. Thus, it was with unbridled fury that we received the most recent report of beastman activity. It seems an Amaljar raiding party has attacked a caravan on the trade routes and made off with an entire crate of precious ether. The time has come for you to put your new knowledge to the test, annihilate these Amaljar bandits, and retrieve the cargo of ether-filled vials. According to the report, their armored war transport was last spotted to the south of Drybone. And I believe Kokobuki has an additional request. While you're busy incinerating Amaljar, be sure to collect some samples of their blood. Assuming you can draw any from their smoking remains.
Double weaving had you think of rebinding some key abilities. That might make sense. The big thing is that if you have trouble weaving things that often go together, then you might want to adjust your binds. Actually, it just occurred to me that we would like to do the level 15 quest. No, not the level 15 quest. We would like to talk with the smith. But where's the smith in Uldar? Where? Is he in the Adventurers Guild? He might be in the Adventurers Guild, I don't know. Kid Face. Are you here, Mr. Smith? I have really no idea. Oh, there he is. Why do you not have your icon, friend? There's no greater thrill than striving alongside like-minded companions to overcome the deadliest of challenges. May the wisdom you gained in the Hall of the Novice serve you well on your adventures. Can I not reacquire the gear? Let me just figure that one out, because I do remember that I could get the gear previously. Maybe I don't have to do it. I haven't actually had to deal with this possibility for a long time. Where are the Calamity Salvagers in Uldar? I only really remember where they are in Gridania, because that's where I usually go when I need them. I would guess that they might be down this path. Mainly based on the fact that the link shell distributor is here. But that might have no relation. It appears they don't have any relation. I would have never guessed that they were there. But that makes sense, I guess. That's Lowell, that's actually a thing where if you tend, like, some players don't really play with keybinds. They typically just click their actions with their mouse. Those kinds of players, I would highly recommend that they either keybind their main weapon skills and spells, you know, those that they will be using all the time, or alternatively, they bind some of their key abilities, basically so that they can use, you know, their keybinds to fix that particular problem where they need to do two things in the same instant. That's not it. I'm not sure where this gear would be if they're even here. But this is a worth figuring out. Is there any way to get this gear without doing these things again? And do we have to do them again? Let me just see if I will be awarded the items if I just do the tasks again. I do believe the very first one gives a piece of equipment. I feel like back when I did them in Stormblood, they handed it, like, you had to take it from the start with every roll. But now it's consolidated as a whole DPS roll. Let's see what happens. Sure, let's try. It takes a few minutes. Let's proceed directly to the briefing. Can we proceed directly to the task, maybe? Will says, time to do your dailies. If you're not responding, you're probably in a duty. Alright, enjoy. This combat music is so silly. We can queue for dungeons after this as well. We should probably stick to the job quest until we have Scathe, though. Even if it's not very helpful at all, then it's still better in very low levels where you hardly get to cast as a Thaumaturge. This is a really mean test for a Black Mage. Target is not in range. That's incorrect. Can you get some tips on how to use Riddle of Earth? Riddle of Earth. Let's see. It has gone through a bunch of iterations, so forgive me for asking, but the way it works, let me just look it up. That's probably the easiest way. I'm pretty sure I remember, but I need to get all the details because it does like a handful of things. Or used to. Okay, so Riddle of Earth. Oh, we do get the gear again from this. So now the question is figuring out which task specifically gave equipment. So Riddle of Earth, the way that it works is that it gives 20% damage reduction. That's what it does specifically for, I believe it's 10 seconds or until you've done 3 global cooldowns. So 3 weapon skills. Which means that if you're not actively attacking, it lasts 10 seconds. If you are actively attacking, it lasts about 5 to 6 seconds. It literally just makes you take 20% less damage. So any time where you're expecting to take damage, that's when you need to use Riddle of Earth. The reason why I had to look it up is because it used to also, in addition to reducing the damage you take, also do the same thing as True North. So like, no positional requirements. So that's why. See. We need to do 2, 4, and 6, it seems. Does that make sense, Lowell? Yeah, about Riddle of Earth, I mean. Because it's a very situational ability, so I understand why it would be confusing, but it basically boils down to use it when you're getting hit. You asked because of how its duration changes based on situation. So generally, as a DPS, you wouldn't expect to get hit like for several seconds. Like, whether it lasts 5 or 10 seconds is sort of redundant in most situations. If you're actively being attacked, like you're tanking something, say, then you're probably using Riddle of Earth and Arm's Length for the attack speed slow, and Bloodbath to get yourself some healing, because otherwise you're probably gonna die because you're tanking something. If you're not tanking something, then in most cases you will get hit by, a raid-wide attack once or twice, and usually they're not spaced so much that you will need to like perfectly optimize this. The only way you can optimize it is if you early weave it, and please let me know if you're not sure about the difference between early and late weaving. If you early weave it, then it'll last longer than if you late weave it. Because since its duration is dictated either by a timer of 10 seconds or by you using 3 weapon skills, then if you take longer to use your 3 weapon skills, then it will last longer. But since it's a defensive tool, what also matters is you using the attack at a time where it would actually be helpful, right? So whether you early weave it or late weave it is not super impactful if you're not using it when you need it. I feel like there's something missing. Isn't there supposed to be an extra enemy or something in this fight? Or is that the later incarnation of this fight? And it just looks the same. Is this when we get the boots? Yes. And then we can skip to 4. It's a little funny that to get the gear for other roles, you don't have to do all of them. Although if we were a tank or a healer, we would probably have to do it all from the beginning again. You have to do better during filler. You keep pressing the wrong GCDs. Oh, well, you'll get like the thing is that monk is one of those jobs where you need to really like stay on your toes and like practice and practice. I think I've talked about this before, that the reason why I like to play warrior, sage and summoner is because, as I see it, they're very good jobs to have as a secondary, so to speak. But monk is the kind of job that really can get punishing if you're not like dedicating your time to it heavily, because you'll forget the small details. That shouldn't mean that you should get discouraged from playing it. It's just simply that if you play it more, you'll get better. That applies to all jobs, of course, but you will be able to feel how you will be more reliably able to manage your GCD sequences when things get crazy in a fight. If you play monk more. Is this the pants? I think this is the pants. It is the pants. And then we do number 6 for the last piece of gear. And then we'll be able to get rid of this robe. It's a nice, cute robe, but the brand new robe is also very nice. And more importantly, when we have a little bit of gear that is that can last a little bit, there might be reason to use our glamour plate on it. And then we'll be able to get our pink raincoat again. You got the opener down. Well, that is indeed the hardest part. Like, openers and jobs in general, they're extremely strict because you need to time them in a very small time window usually. Or they have like a really janky sequence that aren't super intuitive. I actually, now that we're like on the subject of openers, Black Mage tends to have a like completely absurdly stupid silly opener because you're doing something within like a 15-second astral fire window. And you want to do as much as you possibly can in that window. Which means that you're timing everything, like metering it out to the very single final second as best you can. I'm gonna pull the lever. Nothing you can do will stop me. As silly as Ninja? I would say sillier than Ninja. Because the Ninja one is at the very least like consistent to the fact that around, you know, 2 minutes into the fight you're doing it sort of again, because all of the cooldowns will be up again. While Black Mage will for the most part only do this completely insane opener as the opener. In the middle of the fight, they'll usually, you know, already have 3 Umbral Hearts and already have 3, like, be in Umbral Ice 3. So they'll, you know, just sequence naturally into the burst and just, you know, use ley lines. You always mess up Tenchijin because you keep moving. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think I said that the other day when we were talking about it, that the confusing part is that, is Tenchijin. It's so mean. And wham! Perfection. And now we go to Camp Drybone. Where are we? We're in Eastern Thanaland. Let's see, how many targets do we have here? 1. In Sandgate, that's down there. And Drybone. And that's here. And Drybone, and Drybone. So 1 down there and 3 around here. Let's check those. Just a moment. Just one moment. All right. Now let's figure out where these things are. 1822. So there's 1 here. And the Blowfly Swarm. The reason why I'm just looking them up immediately is because this area is so big that I don't think I can feasibly remember where they are naturally. So one of them is up here. That makes perfect sense to start with. Yeah, exactly, Lowell. It's so mean that Tenchijin specifically requires that you completely stand still, and I don't really understand why that needs to be a thing. Like, why does that have to be a part of the ability? It feels like an unnecessary detail, because you get through those 3 actions in like 3 seconds anyway. It's really strange. I wonder how many levels we can stay ahead of the Thaumaturge quest line now as we do our logs as we get to it. Hardest melee DPS hands down because you have to stand still. Have you, by the way, Lowell, have you tried Samurai? Because Samurai, like, it's not as specifically almost jarring in the way that Ninja is, but you do have to stand still for a moment every time you have to cast your Yaijutsus. $14.16, it's all the way up there. That's relatively easy to memorize. Yeah, if you're low level and samurai, you need to, you know, cast your Yaijutsus for, I think it's like 2 seconds. Yeah, I can't remember specifically. Wait, aren't those supposed to be somewhere else? Oh, they were supposed to be at the sand gate, but they're also here. Oh, you haven't leveled it up much yet. Yeah, samurai sharing gear with monk is very convenient. That's also part of the inconveniences of being a ninja, is that you don't share gear with anything. Well, not quite. You share accessories with, like, jewelry, with all the ranged physical jobs, but if you play melee, you probably don't have much of that. We've reached the limit of my mana bar now. I just barely have to use some ice magic at the start or end of every mob. But that's probably more related to my weapon than the enemies. We're just about to learn Fire 2. Oh, I don't want to use fire yet. Now I want to use fire. There we are. I think this is fine. What is the gimmick for Black Mage? Why, like how Red Mage has its black and white mana to magic to mana to manage. So the gimmick of the Black Mage is that you can see my meter here. It has like a red crystal, like a red shard and a red orb. That means that I am in the astral fire state. When I am in the astral fire state, it means that my mana completely stops from recovering naturally. Like, I'm not regenerating any mana while I'm in the astral fire state. When the orb is instead blue and I have a blue shard, I instead recover, with just one blue shard, I recover 30% of my mana on the regular every 3 seconds where every job recovers mana. So like normally a job recovers 200 mana every 3 seconds. Black mages also do that, but if they're in the Umbral Ice state, they'll recover 3000 extra, or 4,500 extra, or 6,000 extra. Depending on how many stages of the Umbral Ice state they are in. Now you might be thinking, okay, so blue state means you recover mana, and red state means that you lose mana. Yes, but here's the thing. When you are in the ice state, the only other mechanic that it applies is that it makes your fire magic weaker and your ice magic cheaper. The fire state makes your fire magic cost double, but it also makes your fire magic do like 40% more damage on just the first stage, and then 60 and then 80%. So even though these two spells are identical in power, the fire version does 80% more damage when you unlock the third stage. And right now it does 40% more, and because they're, you know, equal in power, it's better to use mana on the fire one, just in general. That's the gimmick, really, is that you switch to the ice state to recover mana, and when you have mana, you switch to the fire state to spend mana. And that's the entire gimmick of the job. Oop. And it gets more complicated. It's just these first few levels, your magic is sort of limited. So does fire usually do more damage? It's not just usually, it's always more damage. There are a few exceptions, but these exceptions are more related to the fact that there are some spells you unlock at really high level that are kind of like state agnostic, like they'll do the same damage regardless of your state. If you saw the when I was explaining some Black Mage stuff, I believe I did Saturday, I think. No, that was Tuesday. That was late in the PvP stream. I showed off some Black Mage stuff, I believe. I used this spell called Paradox, which is the level 90 spell, because it does unexpected damage. It doesn't care which state you are in. But because it doesn't care, it means that it does the same damage in both states. In the fire state, it costs 1600 mana and has a cast time equal to Fire 1. In the ice state, it costs nothing and is instant. So by the logic that it, you know, is cheaper and easier to use when in the ice state, you could argue that the Paradox is objectively stronger in the ice state. But the thing is that you're going to be using one Paradox per state change at level 90 anyway. So it's not like you're gonna have the ability to use Paradox more in the ice state than in the fire state. It's very simple, really, is that Black Mages will always do more damage in the fire state. That's why, if you've ever heard anyone refer to a Black Mage that doesn't use fire magic as an ice mage and using it as an insult, that's why. It's because if you're not using fire magic as a Black Mage, it's like a ninja choosing to not use their mudras because they don't like making ninja hand signs. There's no point to that, right? You should always use your mudras. Or like a monk that doesn't use perfect balance because it confuses them to mess up their 1-2-3 combos. But that then also means that they completely miss out on using Masterful Blitz. So it's a complete, like a requirement to playing Black Mage is to use your fire magic, even though it's the, you could say, the more difficult one, because it costs something. And that also leads to a little funny fun fact about Red Mage. Really weird one. And not like useful, just funny. So the Red Mage's general cast sequences involve using a short cast time and then a long cast time. Because when you cast a spell, your next spell with a cast time becomes instant. So cast a short cast time spell like Jolt to then be able to use a long cast time spell. So the fun fact is the long cast time spells that the Red Mage uses are the Thunder and the Arrow, which Black Mage's damage over time spell is Thunder, while the White Mage's damage over time spell is Arrow. So that means that the Red Mage is pretty much using a upfront damage version of the dots of Black and White magic. At the same time, the procs that the Red Mage gets is the Stone and the Fire, which happens to be the actual spamming attacks that Black and White Mages use. So that's a little funny connection there. But it's there's a lot of small gimmicks to the Black Mage toolkit compared to some other jobs. The reason why I like the Black Mage's gauge here is because it's incredibly space efficient. You might think that this huge dial here is very excessive for a gauge that only uses the sphere and those 3 shards and a number. But as you get higher level, there will be more and more and more things added to it. Like this gauge down here is for a mechanic you learn at level 70. This gauge here is for a mechanic you learn at level, I believe it's 58. And this one is for level 90. But basically that means that some jobs will need to have like 2 or 3 gauges, and some of them look very excessive for something that doesn't do that much. But the Black Mage one does like 4 or 5 things on its own. So it's one of the best gauges in my opinion, just because it does so many things, and then it also looks nice. Now we can finally get back to a little bit more Thaumaturge quest now that we've done a lot of hunting log. And Smith tasks. Hello, Kokobani.
Do I detect the scent of ether? And I trust that stench is Amaljar blood.
Alright, we were supposed to loot that automatically.
Oh, 10 vials, 20, 30. The sight of so much ether is just so very comforting. What have we here, Kokobani? Is this the crate that was stolen? I see Kaitsu's lessons have had the desired effect. I will assume the vile, viscous liquid you have there is Beastman blood. Kokobushi should be pleased. Kokobuki, you left word for me to visit the ossuary. Have you finally decided to begin my training in Thaumaturgy? Ah, Kokobushi, good of you to come. Kaitsu here was kind enough to obtain a supply of Amaljar blood for you. An alchemist acquaintance of mine explained how you had been using the substance in your research to create a mana-amplifying elixir. Naturally, we are most interested in the results of such experiments. So, you see, Busi, your work as an alchemist already puts you in a position to work alongside us. You needn't become a Thaumaturge to be part of our family. That's right, Busi. Besides, the battlefield is a dangerous place, and our skills are not exactly suited to keep others safe from harm. I see, but this is but another attempt to dissuade me from pursuing my true calling. I do not want to cheer you from the safety of my workbench. I want to fight at your side.
That makes sense.
But Busi, we just cannot stand the thought of you being harmed. Pray do not do anything foolish. I do apologize, brother. I sometimes forget how difficult it must be not having a natural aptitude for the arcane arts. As I mentioned before, Kaitsu, Kokobushi is dangerously unsuited to the wielding of Thaumaturgy. Kokobushi, who is not standing in front of me, and hearing me talk about him like this. Even with the proper training, he would be unable to cast magics as we can, were he to attempt to force a manifestation of power, the strain on his etheric reserves would likely kill him. But let us not dwell on this unpleasant circumstance, for you, on the other hand, are brimming with thaumaturgic potential. Remain diligent in your studies, and do not cease in your efforts to expand your wellspring of power.
Anyway, bye. Aw. I believe in you, Kokobushi. You can do it. We will not need this hat. We still have like 10 levels of friendship circlet to go through. And we're level 20, which means that we've unlocked the second state of ice and fire. Weren't we supposed to unlock... No, that was the level 10 quest. We were supposed to get the Scathe now.
Come, Caetsu, the yawning abyss beckons once more. Today, Kokobesi will instruct you from the chapter entitled The Threat of Superiority.
Oh, okay. That sounds like something all 5 of you are deeply afraid of, given how you act.
You are come for your lesson, Caetsu. Then heed well my words.
The threat of superiority. Ah, how magnificent the intimidating power we wield. Flames sear the air, ice frosts the ground, and lightning flashes with blinding incandescence. But not all are cowed by our elemental fury. Ignite not your flames, summon not your ice, and strike not with your lightning. Know you this threat, and stay your hand against such foes.
Once you cut away all the overblown imagery, the passage draws attention to an important tactic. A wise Thaumaturge does not engage in battle against opponents she cannot defeat. A fine example would be avoiding conflict with Ul'dah's multitude of furious merchants. These soulless, ravening creatures are afflicted with the madness of insatiable avarice. Do you perhaps recall the crate of ether you retrieved from the Amaljar bandits? Well, a number of irate peddlers have arrived at the guild with the gall to demand recompense for the few, measly vials we emptied as our just reward. Alright, yes, we drank the entire bloody box, but the point is that the guild cannot presently afford to pay such a sum. Thus, I pass on to you the secret of my last and most potent defense. Shameless weeping! I'm not speaking of Futius here. I want you to stride right up to these tyrannical traitors and cry your eyes out.
Are you serious? Is this how I learned Scathe? Is this it? Is this the power to surpass Metal Gear? What if I weep at you, huh? Ranting merchant, what will you do then?
It's not that. Oh, it's not that. Oh dear, I'm not angry at you, you understand? It's those 5 ether-addled brothers I take issue with. You tell them the next time this happens, I'll have the price taken out of their unprincipled hides.
And you? What do you say to my crying face? Crying is a very good strat. Yeah, I know, right? Imagine if we could use that in Savage Raiding. Alright, miss. I know you're the one who chased down those Amaljar brutes for us. I'll let it go this one time. For your sake.
Oh, thank you.
How about you? Are you all not immune to cry?
Well, you needn't cry about a few vials of ether, lass. I'll tell you what, you dry your eyes for me, and I'll take care of the loss out of my own purse.
Oh. Imagine. The power of crying. That's very, very, very mean of you, Kokobesi. So, we have a new initiate. She's very adorable. Maybe we should have her cry at the merchants to make them leave. Yeah?
A masterful performance, Caetsu. This sniffling was a nice touch. You will, however, encounter foes who are unmoved by such piteous wailings. Take this recent request, for instance, which I have nominated to serve as your next trial. A team of scholars has asked for a Thaumaturge to destroy a cursed relic they unearthed known as Marmor's Urn. While pottery is, by and large, immune to tears, it is the Alacran thieves that subsequently stole it that concern me. The Alacran are an organization of criminals not normally known for their gentle or understanding dispositions, rather than attempting to engage an entire gang of their thugs. I would suggest you neutralize the threat to your person with a well-timed sleep spell. The Alacran have been seen traveling in the southeast of Drybone. Find them and destroy the urn they carry.
You got it. And we're so far ahead in level that we could get 2 job quests or class quests. And like we also only have a few things left here. We should go to Western Thanaland at some point. We have all those tickets to teleport to the Waking Sands anyway. Not that we need 10,000 experience right about now. But there might be some reason to go to Halatali, since we have hunting marks for the Grand Company related to Halatali. Nope. Level 18. Oh, right. Wait, when did we get this? New weapon, new weapon. Ow. And get downscaled to level 19. Diligence of the Alacran. Wait a minute, that's not what we were supposed to do, was it? I kind of already pulled him, so I feel like I have to kill him now. Because otherwise he's just gonna keep chasing me. So now we do the sneaking move instead. If we can. Wait. Okay, we can't. Maybe we're not supposed to sneak by. I don't know, some of these low-level quests are a bit strange in that department. I don't think we would have been able to dodge him in the first place, but we are going to need sleep on one of these guys. Wait, we can actually do some gimmicks here. We lightning and then sleep, which we also used a lot on the solo stream last week. The fact that enemies that are sleeping will not be awoken by taking damage over time damage. As long as you don't do upfront damage to apply it. So if you apply it first and then sleep, then it'll be fine. They're very tanky. Or my weapon is terrible. Or both. I think also level 19 is like a very decidedly valley in like power level for Black Mages, because it's one level before you get level 2 of your like job gimmick.
Caetsu, a moment, if you please. Pray allow me to shatter that urn.
Well, you want to shatter it?
I thought that if I assisted you with your task, then my brothers might finally deign to take me seriously, so I followed you.
What we got here then? A couple of noisy sand rabbits that are about to get skinned.
Oh dear gods, where did they come from?
Gee, I don't know. We're in the middle of a bandit camp. And he immediately broke my crowd control. Thanks. So I guess we're fighting the healer first. That makes sense, but I had planned for something else. Heartstopper. I thought we saw enough of that move in the Lancer quest line. I feel like sleep was supposed to be a much bigger part of this quest line, but I guess maybe not. These kinds of quests are also a little bit scarier when you don't really have much healing to like go on if you need it. Is that it? We beat them. We did it.
That was simply incredible, Caetsu. I wish I could wield the same sort of power.
And then comes the sun.
I became an alchemist in the hopes of creating some manner of mana-amplifying elixir, but all my efforts have been for naught. The results have been far too mild to make any difference. I'll never be a Thaumaturge like my brothers at this rate. I'll forever be the pitiful, powerless little sibling.
And there's the urn. Why didn't we smash it before?
Marmo's urn. If I destroy it, then maybe my family will see what I'm capable of.
Wait! Don't you dare break my urn!
What the? Did that piece of pottery just talk? Are you Marmo the Void Sent?
Well, yes, I am Ormo, but I'm one of the nice Voidsent. It was the nasty ones that sealed me up in here for helping a mortal. If you would be so kind as to open the lid of my urn, I would be happy to grant you a wish. Anything you desire. Fortune, fame.
I'm not really interested in fame or fortune, but perhaps there's one thing. I'd like to have etheric power to equal that of my brothers.
Ha ha! Power, is it? A perfectly acceptable wish. In fact, I sense the latent ability buried deep within your spirit. It would be a simple thing for me to turn it loose. What more is there to think about? Open the lid.
This seems like a mistake, my friend. You're doing an amigo and the door won't open at Xenos? Oh, but you have to kill all the enemies on the way, I believe.
Well, I don't feel different at all. I think Momo may have been lying. Come, Kaitsu, it's time we were leaving. Oh, weren't we supposed to break this urn? Boom. And that is that. Yes, this will be such fun. I mean, it will be nice to return after all this excitement. And yeah, that is totally Kokobushi and not someone else, because he's totally not talking in the same way that Momo was a moment ago. Hmm. Anyway, return we will. Oh, whoops. Missed that I had those. I didn't even realize that that copper scepter I had was a one-handed. Would have been nice to know a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, we have that. That'll be nice, level 24. And we also have this. That looks like possibly an upgrade, or is it the same? It's the same. It's the one that is identical, the Acolyte gear. Kokobushi. Welcome back, Kaitsu. I'm glad to see you making a habit out of not dying. Before we discuss your trial further, however, I would ask you about Kokobushi. When I saw him but a few moments ago, he seemed odd. Well, odder than usual. Would you happen to know aught of it? Kokobushi joined me at my trial. Bushi was at your trial? It is extraordinarily dangerous and foolish to interfere with the Thaumaturge's training. I shall have to scold him most heartily. Such unpleasantness aside, I am impressed that you claimed victory in spite of this unexpected development. The teachings of the Yawning Abyss have served you well. With your experience and control thus demonstrated, I believe you are ready to add a new spell to your repertoire, Scathe. This elementally neutral blast of force will prove effective against all manner of opponents. As I'm sure you are eager to test this incantation's efficacy, I shall grant you leave to return to your training. I pity the next hostile creature that crosses your path. Why? Because they'll die laughing at the pathetic potency of this spell? Or what? Ta-da! We got one of the worst attacks in the game. And more importantly, a huge upgrade to our weapon. And that's actually a huge upgrade. Kokobushi. Even bigger upgrade. And we will, at that point, start to maybe worry about grabbing a hat, just to have one when the friendship circlet stops working. Kaitsu, you're safe! I feared you had fallen victim to the Mage Slayer. Have you not heard of the recent spat of gruesome killings taking place within Uldar? Each case involves at least one dead Thaumaturge, and every corpse is found bloody, battered, and utterly drained of etheric energy. Ill tidings aside, I'm glad to see you alive and glowing with vitality. It is time for you to delve into the final chapter of the Yawning Abyss. Kokoboha, our second youngest sibling, will read to you from the Thread of Perplexity. Oh no, that one. Greetings, Kaitsu. Are you once more prepared to peruse the pages of Power and Peril? Then let us begin. The Thread of Perplexity. Ah, how magnificent the daunting power we wield.
Flames pursue, ice transfixes, and lightning dances into the ranks of our enemies. But what terror descends when, from all sides, those ranks close? Flames are smothered, ice crushed, and lightning grounded. Know you this threat, and wear you the multitudinous foe. AoE?
Is the point of this passage readily apparent? It would be most problematic, for example, should you meet this malefic mage slayer and he, or she, proves to be multiple murderers. What a Thaumaturge needs is a thick-set thrall, courageous companion to accompany her in cases where collective cronies are expected. Now, as for your trial...
Kogoboa!
Kogoboa, pray allow me to suggest a practical course for Caetsu's training. The town is buzzing with the news of yet more slaughtered Thaumaturges. Their mutilated bodies found fouling the waters of Nofika's wells. I would have Caetsu aid me in hunting down the culprit while the trail is yet fresh. Caetsu may have tolerated your interruption of her trial the last time, Boozy, but you are hardly the hardy henchman she needs to clear such a hazardous hurdle. Your concerns are understandable, brother. If it would allay your fears, I can introduce Caetsu to a valiant warrior who recently entered my employ. You have secured the services of a stalwart swordsman? Then that would, indeed, be in line with learning the lesson of the day, perhaps? Come now, Caetsu. Let us be about our business before Kogoboa has a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you in Nofika's wells. What's that, Kokobusi?
Oh, we're going to Western Thanalan. Convenient. We have some targets to hunt. And what's the next thing we learn? Oh, we learned Lucid Dreaming and Swiftcast. Lucid Dreaming. Not particularly helpful for a Thaumaturge. See, bomb. That's up there, I believe. Copper Goblin, usually also around there. Thick Shell in the footfalls, so somewhere there. And Bloated Bogey, I believe, are up there. So let's do that. Well, let's do the quest because it's closer first. Hammerbeak. There we are, Nofika as well. And he has a stalwart swordsman. Ah, Caetsu, so good of you to come. My Regadin friend here is the warrior I mentioned back at the ossuary. He looks like a gladiator and not a warrior, but sure. Now, there's no time to waste. Why don't you head into the stream and examine the bodies of the slain mages? I would go with you, but with my delicate stomach, I fear I might contaminate the scene. Remember, you're looking for anything that might help us track down this killer. I think you're the killer, but sure. Sure. Just picking up the corpses. Just carrying them. Oh, we grabbed things from them, never mind. It's not like the Waking Sands quest where you're literally picking up the corpses. We need to find a way up. So apparently, Lowell, the corpses just disappear when you loot them. So I grab a scepter and the corpse just fades out of existence. I grab a book and the corpse just fades. And I grab a bracelet and the corpse just fades. Really weird. They're like ghosts.
Did you uncover anything incriminating? The blood is yet slick to the touch. The slaughter must have been recent indeed. The villain may yet lurk nearby. Return to the creek where the bodies lay and linger for a time. I dare say your aura, saturated as it is with enticing etheric energy, will lure the Mage Slayer into the open. Have courage, Caetsu. Our burly companion stands ready to leap to your aid.
Yeah, basically magic happens. I'm guessing that where the corpses really go is the same place as all this. I'm carrying like a whole armory. And then people start asking questions when you're looking for a corpse. Level 24. An imp. And he uses flash. That is interesting. He actually spams flash. Wow. He's not gonna lose aggro, that's for certain. Wow. And it uses the old school blizzard that is centered on yourself. Interesting. Put it to sleep, okay. I should have attacked his target. That would have made it a lot easier. Oh yeah, sleep is AoE. I like the detail that technically its attack is interruptible. It's just that since you're a Black Mage, you can't interrupt it. But hypothetically, if you could, if one day Black Mage were to get an interrupt or something at low level, then you would be able to interrupt it. But what I'm guessing is really happening is just that it's an enemy that is stunnable and isn't immune to silence, which was the old way that interrupts worked. Like back in Stormblood, the few interrupts that were in the game were 1-second silences.
It seems your partnership with our hired blade went splendidly. It is unfortunate, though, that one of the imps was able to flutter away. Oh, did you not notice? You wouldn't wish to report to Kokoboha with your trial but half finished, would you? Of course not. I'm afraid, however, that the Regadin has already collected his recompense and departed for the nearest alehouse. What to do? What to do? Surely a thaumaturge of your caliber can handle a single imp, yes? If I'm not mistaken, it fled into that little cave over there. Hurry now, before it slips away into some hidden nook or cranny.
Is this when you turn out to be the Mage Slayer, Kokobuzi? Is this the time? saved.
That is not Kokobusi. Well, it is Kokobusi, but a Kokobusi possessed by the Voidsent that escaped from Mormo's urn. It was feeding on the etheric energy of all those slain Thaumaturges. And you, my dear, mana-rich Caetsu, where to be next?
I have wanted to absorb your delicious power since the moment we met. A pity. This has been such an amusing charade. However, did you see through it?
I am Kokobusi's brother. How could I not? It is time I destroyed you, Mormo, and put a stop to these sinister killings. As the eldest, I must take responsibility for my family's misadventures.
Haha, a coward like you. Destroy me? Your opening strike should have pierced my heart, but instead you aimed for the knife. Fear stays your hand. Fear that slaying me will also slay your sibling. Look, I can stand on the ceiling. Hehe, poor spineless Thaumaturge. I shall, however, leave you with a pleasant thought. It was Kokobusi's fervent wish to amass this power. He craved the arcane strength to stand beside his brothers as an equal. What a shame that he must now stand against you.
It pains me to admit, but there's some truth to that creature's words. I surrendered the perfect opportunity to end this. I've betrayed my own teachings. Return to the ossuary and report the completion of your trial, Caetsu. I will remain here for a time and gather my thoughts.
Oh, we actually wanted to do some hunting logs while we were here. And we're actually catching up to the rested experience we've collected. Caetsu and her week-long naps. Suddenly, she's going to have 2 sessions with only a few days of sleep in between. How will she ever manage? Thunder 2. I'm pretty sure that both the bomb and the goblin are up here. Near the mine, that would make sense. Indeed they are here. Huh. I actually expected that would only take 2 hits. Oh, we only need to fight 2 of those. Whoops. Well, we do need to fight 2 bombs. Ah. Line of sight. Guess we'll take them one at a time then. And then we have the thick shell and the bloated bogey. And I'm pretty sure that the thick shell is somewhere in the waters over there. And then the bogey is up here. So I'll grab Halatali while we're here in the area. And then maybe we can do that to progress a little more, because actually the job quest has caught up to us pretty heavily. And very suddenly too. Is that the thick shells? Yep. Huh? Should we fight this? I'll help since I'm here. I don't know why he would be doing this particular fate though. But it's pretty much up to him whether we'll survive, because I can't help him at all with survivability. He needs to stay ahead in health to the boss, because I can only help him kill it faster. Well, not quite. I do have one thing I can do. Please say you have potions, Anton. I can't save him, he has to run. Or use a potion. He apparently did have one waiting. Bubbly burning. I don't know why he would choose to do that. Don't think it gave that much experience, and it was very difficult and time consuming. But maybe it was fun. So we get the bloated bogies, and then we grab the Halatali quest. It kind of makes sense to do the Halatali dungeon on a stream like this, because it's not really relevant to the main quest at all. One more. And there we go. And then we'll get 2 levels in an instant. That's really funny. We skipped level 22. Do we have anything in Footfalls? We do. So, if we wanted to be efficient, we should really run up there and look for those enemies, because I do happen to know that they're right up there at the end of this path. Although they're a bit higher level, I guess. Maybe? Or not. Level 22. That's manageable. We need to fight 2 of them. And now to find the toads. I think they're like level 26 or something. 23, okay, that's much less threatening than I thought it was gonna be. Though the dragon is a lot more threatening next to level 24. Three more. They had to take the long way around, apparently. And then before we go back to Uldar, we want to pick up the Halatali quest and do whatever needs to be done to start that. And I don't really want to fight that guy. I have no reason to fight it. I'm just gonna leave. And hopefully it's not gonna keep dragging me back to it. Is that everything in Western Thanalan? I think so. That makes sense. We wouldn't happen to have something randomly in Western Thanalan on the Lancer part, do we? Nope. How about here? East, east, east. Oh, that's all Halatali, and then Bramble Patch. You were the one with Halatali, yes? Oh, whoops. Yep, that was Halatali. Hello, Halatali. Hail there, adventurer. I'm Nedrick Ironheart, an explorer by trade and a siren by allegiance, and you, my friend, look to me an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in a corner of Eastern Thanalan lies Halatali, and it is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built some 100 years past as a training ground for gladiators. The calamity laid ruin to it, though, as it did to most things. Now, Halatali is a shadow of its former self, but in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no place finer than Halatali to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I have taken the liberty of passing your name along to the flame to oversee the place. Should you visit, speak with one FFXIV near the entryway. Excellent. We sort of know where that is. So, we go back to the Thaumaturge Guild. And then I'm guessing that we'll be pretty close to completing that quest, and that'll give us a new weapon, which will be very helpful for doing Halatali. And then we'll do Halatali, and I think that's going to be a very decent, like, finale to this stream. So we'll do Halatali, which is probably going to take like 15 minutes at least. Hey, Kokoboha.
Ah, Kaitsu, Kokobuki has advised me of your adventures. It seems the Mage Slayer slithered away, but your stint with the Swordsman was nonetheless successful. Consider this chapter complete. Your time with our Tome of Teachings is at an end. Well, to be absolutely accurate, there is an addendum with additional advice, but Kokobuki considers it extracurricular. Even I dare not delve into those diabolical depths. I do not yet deign to die, you understand. I have yet to inform my brothers of Kokobusi's misfortune. I have yet to reconcile the maelstrom within my own mind. The most fundamental lessons of Thaumaturge demanded I slay the creature where it stood. It was the most opportune moment to strike. Minimal risk, and victory all but assured. How many more will suffer for my hesitation, and my cowardice? It will likely be some time, however, before Mormo resurfaces to kill again. Now that we have uncovered the deception, the Voidsent will seek a new hunting ground where Kokobusi's face is unknown. And though the respite may be brief, I must devote this time to considering my next course of action. Pray leave me to my musings, Kaitsu. New weapon? I guess we'll take the hat, because we're really close to level 25, all things considered. And yep, we can't take the quest, so we'll go to Halatali. And then we get to do a dungeon as Black Mage, or Thaumaturge, but still. Hey, Fafajoni. If it is the halls of Halatali you need seek no further. Permit me to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue, Halatali meaning the land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled. And you have not come all this way for a lesson in history. Listen, do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? Those sounds are the work of no wind, my friend, nor that rumbling the doing of any shadows. Those are the calls of Halatali. For now, the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk here. And these are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even the might of the immortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be Kaitsu. I received word from Nedrick that you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray that you are able to find your way out.
Excellent. Is that an upgrade? 2, 2, 2, 1, 3. So that's 2 intelligence and 3 other stats. That's not better unless the spell speed actually results in us gaining faster spells. So we'll take them and then we'll see. That is technically sort of an upgrade, yeah. And Halatali, let's go. We could actually also do a leveling roulette. And that is a little problematic. I wonder is oh, Halatali is actually not on the list of duty support. Well, what can we do then? We can go around and hunt down targets. Let's see. Do we have anything else in Thanalan? Shroud, Shroud, Shroud. Southern Thanalan. Broken Water. Eastern Thanalan. Southern Thanalan. We have 3 things in Southern Thanalan, so let's go there. We have a bunch in Broken Waters, which is around here. Wasn't it? These are always at the obscure parts. You mean these hunting targets? We go through guides to find them. Usually if I'm having trouble finding a hunting target, I'll just look up the exact name of the enemy, then usually a console wiki page shows up, and that'll be enough for me to find it because it has exact coordinates of where you can find it. But I can see why you would just look up a guide on like all of them. Usually if they're well made, they'll also show them in the order that is most efficient. One thing we can certainly say here is that the enemies are significantly out-leveling me. They're hitting pretty hard. And we only found 2 of those swarms. We needed 4. This is actually also the part where we had a stream with Dragoon where we kept having to go back to here because like dungeons and stuff like that would drag us away from it. Which made it very confusing in its own right. So are you still working on dailies, Lowell? For Lancer, you were doing hunts, and the guide you were following was outdated. Oh. that makes it very, very problematic. So wait, when you say outdated, do you mean that they changed the targets, or do you mean that they moved where the targets are, or what? Because I would imagine that like a hunting log guide would be relatively reliable. Like, I don't know how it would change much. And you're in queue. Okay. Level 28. Now I think we're pushing it. Either way, I should grab a potion, that's for certain. Then it might be possible. Hey, evasion enhanced is not something I find particularly fun when I'm already fighting something that has a genuine possibility of dodging my attacks in the first place. One more. We need to beat 4 of those as well. Ugh. And we're gonna need a potion for each one, pretty much. It was one of the 2. Oh, okay. That's funny. Well, it's... I can't possibly be able to speak on whether... like... on my experience in this aspect, because it's so specific. Oh, we missed. That's bad. Ow. Okay, we can just barely beat them without potion assistance. Looks like we're not the only one fighting those knuckle dancers. But apparently there was only 4 knuckle dancers in the entire area. It just occurred to me that once again I forgot to use my Chocobo companion. I am Kesil, just crying over here. That'll make it way easier. Or at least way more possible to do. Now the question is whether they're gonna spawn or everything's gonna respawn as fire dancers. Oh, there's more in here apparently. But they're way more closely packed, so it's very difficult to single out the enemies that I want to fight. We might spend a lot of time looking for a fight against our hunting target. The alternative... Oh, there's one. And now that we have our pet assistant, then we might get some free healing. I don't know why I keep forgetting that I can have a companion. I guess I pretty much never used my companion for most of the story progression when I originally played through A Realm Reborn. I think maybe it didn't even occur to me that it was an option. I think it was a case of you need a Jusal green, and I had no idea where you got those because I didn't really read the quest that closely. So I didn't find it, and so it was a rare item and I never used it. Well, it becomes a rare item when you don't have access to it. Alright, that was... and we need the fire sprite. And... wasn't there another one, or was there only 3 in this area? East, south. The fire sprites, they were down in the red labyrinth. And you've been making it hard for you by not having a Chocobo fight alongside you either. Oh, it's really problematic that you have to keep reminding yourself to use it, right? I actually got my Chocobo fully maxed out in level with the Thaumaturge onions and everything in Endwalker. That's how long it took for me to level it. That's of course also partly because you need the Thaumaturge onions to level it in the first place. And I decided to grow those myself to save money. And the instant that I had enough that I didn't need anymore, I couldn't be bothered to log in every single day to water my plants. So I just stopped. I believe in a lot of my shadow, like in the Shadowbringers section of my low-level guides, like the parts that are still relevant today, I believe there's a significant amount of them where there is like a gardening patch behind me when I'm like working on the striking dummy and stuff like that. And that's where I was growing my Thaumaturge onions. And now we're fighting something at level 30 while we're level 24. I wonder if we can even reliably hit it. And whether it can just flat out kill us, no problem. It can interrupt us with its fire spell. Excellent. Ow. I'm relying on you, Ayam Kasil. Because I can clearly not rely on myself. Ow. Okay, we just barely got it. And there we have it. Dungeon time. I thought you had to only collect them. The Thavnarian onions, you mean, Lowell? I'm guessing you mean Thavnarian onions, or maybe you mean the Chisal greens. Now we get to witness the uselessness of a Thaumaturge in a low-level dungeon. The greens for Chocobo, oh yeah. And if you think you have to collect them, then you'll go a long time, because they don't really drop. Kill target. Uh-oh. And I believe I discovered and thought that I had discovered like some almost like a secret when I realized that you could buy Giselle greens in Idleshire or Idleshire. I was like, wow, I found it. Weird. Now I can save money because I don't have to buy it from the market board or anything. And I saved all that money because I didn't use them in the first place. Only to find out that no, nope. It's not that secret. Well, it seems like we are getting some hits in, so that's good at least. I've heard some sad stories from new Black Mages that just kind of feel like they're just there when doing low-level dungeons because everything just gets killed too fast. But I feel like our damage, like, it feels impactful and we do get to cast for the majority of every pull. So that's good. Now the big question is whether we're in a group that is the type that wants to ignore the ads, or whether we should focus the ads. Generally, it's better to just focus the boss here. But occasionally you have groups where they choose to, like, put effort into killing the ads. But the AoE damage that comes from the ads reaching the bonfire just tends to be too low for people to bother. Generally, a decent healer that sees it coming can deal with it, no problem. Which is also why I specifically made a point of stepping in closer to the boss, is because I expected the White Mage to do the same. Oh, level 26? We got 2 levels at once from beating that boss. That was a lot of experience for a single boss, really. Oh, but that also means that our hat is no longer helpful. So now we switch to one that gives us damage instead of experience, since we've outleveled it. Oh, we need to deal with these winches. Oh, treasure. That's an upgrade. I'll pass on it, because I remember when I was a Lancer, sometimes I wasn't actually able to need roll on items that I could genuinely use, because the game had decided that no, that was a piece of equipment for a tank. Oh, we got another hunting target down. And an achievement for killing a lot of enemies. Oh dear. Tank? Tanky boy? Thank you, friend. Another target? Are you sure about that, tank? Oh, I guess it's fine when the enemy we spawn just self-destructs. And then we get another target down. And then we'll be able to finish this one later. Because we just have the bramble patch left. Understandable. We could have saved a fraction of a second. So many of the good monk glamour from the Memoria Misera. Well, it's just one set, isn't it? Memoria Misera is exclusively the dyeable version of the Shadowbringers outfit, right? I'm pretty sure it is. So it's not so bad. It's just that particular set that is a little inconvenient. But if you want that set specifically, then I can see the problem. I happen to know that even at level 90, the boss mechanics can very much kill you no problem in that extreme. And then we got to level 27. New hat? New hat. Perfection. It's almost as good as glasses. And that was now the final boss in Halatali. Now the question is whether people is gonna wait. Now this one, there is a reason to deal with the ads, simply because you can't attack the boss while the ads are coming in. Oh, that's a... Wait, what? Oh, that's actually the target that I was just fighting. The level 20 enemies are fire sprites, so they count. That's really funny. Oh, we can just deal with the ads with Blizzard. Perfect. And what? Wait, what level did we? Did we just get to level 30 there? Did we get like 6 levels from doing Halatali? Yeah, pretty much. So now we're at the crossroads of having to choose between doing leveling roulette or doing doing more Black Mage later. This dungeon looked hard. Was it that hard, Ralu? Have you done Halatali? It's very fun. Oh, we got a new weapon. I believe that's a one-handed? Yeah, so we can use our shield. Great. Also, how are you doing, Ralu? I think that doing leveling roulette would actually be super helpful if we can... Well, no, actually, the main reason that I was enticed to do leveling roulette was this, but for 250, eh. You savage procced Halatali. Oh yeah, every Tuesday we progress a little further. That second boss, you know, that lightning water floor, really grinds your teeth, you know. Oh man, it's really tough. The votes? So there was like a 40% on Black Mage and around 30 for Ninja. There was a time frame right at the start where it was 100% votes on Black Mage, and eventually it evened out so that I believe Ninja was 1 vote behind Black Mage, and then as time progressed, Black Mage went further and further and further ahead again. So the bad news, I would say mostly good news, but the news are that Black Mage was so far ahead that there was no worry that I would, as the stream started, I would have to, sit there at the very last moment to choose, because Black Mage had a pretty decisive lead. Let's see, Bramble Patch. Sylvan Scream. Is that like a level 50 something? I'm guessing we might need Dragoon for that target, but I'm going to go over there. Which class were you hoping would win? I don't know. I think Warrior was the one that I wasn't hoping would win. Because I think that one would be the one that would be the most like predictable. Like, it's not that different really. But honestly, I would have been fine with any of the winners. Like, all 5 jobs were jobs that I would like to play. In fact, as you saw, my requirement for a job to be on the list was that it was a job that had received a change since like I leveled it from level to level 50 originally. And that had, I believe, 7 options, like 7 possible contenders. So I just filtered out the 2 jobs that I was the least keen on doing. But even those 2 jobs would have been fine. I believe it was Monk and Bard that I sorted out. But as I said, any job, any of the 7 jobs, like, I think I've said this before, but I enjoyed playing the jobs and leveling the jobs. Like, all jobs are fun. And relearning them from the very start is also fun. So it's not like you had an option where you could like choose the job that I would have been annoyed to have. That was not an option. Requirement rank 2. Complete rank 1 objectives. Achieve... Oh, okay, we need a higher rank. Well, since we are near Gridania... Actually, since we are near Gridania, do we have anything else in East Shroud? 9 Ivies. And is that the only thing in East Shroud? No, we have some things in Bramble Patch, it says. Where would they be? Eastern Thanalan, had I been there? No, I wasn't doing that one then. Okay, I just thought for a second that I had missed something. Where's a jumping Giga? They say that they're supposed to be around here. I don't know. But the Bramble Patch is also really big. It's all the way up there in the corner. There's a target. Well, I also know that somewhat where these overgrown ivies, I believe they spawn down in this corner somewhere. I just don't want to fight the big boss. Yeah, we've also started to reach the part where Black Mage starts getting a little bit more interesting now that we have Thundercloud procs. This is a really good song to make sure you're aware that that's a really dangerous quest. They're both up there in that corner. The two enemies in the bramble patch that I missed were in the same corner. Doesn't it feel weird or you feel limited to your classes since you're usually doing level 90 content and you feel playing level 50 here? Nah, actually it's often I'll do like leveling roulettes with friends and stuff and I'll get scaled down to level 50 for instance, or level 30 even. I pay a lot of attention to what is good when. Like, if I'm queuing with friends, to some degree, I'll check what jobs they're going to see what level that we might get scaled down to. So I will be the guy that goes, oh, but if we're going to get Sastasha, then I might as well go Gunbreaker, because Gunbreaker is particularly strong at level 18. Which sounds incredibly overkill, but it's true. And if you want to optimize and get the clear faster, then that's the kind of ways that you do that. I think this is fine. These Thundercloud procs are something else. But I get what you mean, Rallo, that if you're used to having your entire toolkit, feels a little awkward. There are certainly some jobs that I wouldn't really like to play to get, like, if I'm getting downscaled. Like, if I know that I'm going into content where I'm going to get downscaled, then I would probably not choose that job. But the funny thing is that Black Mage is not really one of those jobs that I wouldn't want to play in lower level. If I'm going into somewhere where I'm getting scaled down to level 50, for instance, then Black Mage is pretty fun at level 50. It's quite unique to play Black Mage at level 50 compared to playing it at level 90. Like, it's almost like a different job because you're playing it on a lot more like proc-focused style, you could say. Your present rank is Serpent Private 2nd class. In order to be promoted to Serpent Private 1st class, you must fulfill the following requirements. Have 3,000 seals. In the sight of the elementals, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Serpent Private 1st class and all rights and privileges associated with the title. Go forth and do that which brings peace to the Swellswood and honor to our name. What is the next rank? 4,000. Wait, 4,000, and that is Sergeant Serpent Corporal. And to continue our hunting log, we need Serpent Sergeant 3rd class or higher. So we need to get to here. Oh dear. That's not anytime soon. Now, let's go back to Uldar. I think we had the level 25 quest next. Oh boy, that's a huge upgrade. Let me get that. Do we have others? Yeah, that's also a big upgrade. Do we have anything else from the manor? Maybe? Doesn't look like it. Noel says, I think Monk is the first class where I change targets where there are 2 enemies, otherwise it would just focus 1. Yeah, because demolish, right? New staff, but it's no longer an upgrade because we got a dungeon drop, right? Exactly. And our dungeon drop gives way more stats, I think. Sort of, because that's a two-handed and this is a one-hand, it's better.
Ah, Kaitsu, I saw you coming this time. I've been more watchful since Kokobuki told us about that dreadful business with Kokobushi. We must locate our unfortunate younger sibling as soon as possible and deal with him. But Kokobuki is not his usual, unflappable self. It frightens me to see our eldest so indecisive. Terrifies me, in fact. Perhaps you might speak with him and help banish this air of uncertainty.
In my opinion, which DPS has the best AoE rotation? Do you mean in terms of damage or in terms of how fun it is?
Kaitsu, long have I agonized over Kokobushi's plight and the measures I might take to extricate him from it. It would not do to call upon my Thaumaturge colleagues. No, they would simply seek to obliterate my brother outright. Our teachings from the yawning abyss allow for no other alternative. There is, however, one tiny glimmer of hope. I have had word that the scholars who requested the destruction of Marmor's urn have returned from their expedition. They are currently in Camp Drybone, blowing the ink dry on their collective findings regarding that wretched voidsent. I would ask that you go to these experts of otherworldly phenomena and beg permission to peruse their work.
And Lowell says, I feel that Monk is extremely proactive compared to the other melee. Thoughts? When you say proactive, what do you mean? Like, you have to plan ahead? Do you mean like that? And Rallo says, in terms of damage. I think for AoE damage, some of the best jobs, it depends. It feels like AoE damage is often more measured in who can burst the fastest, because then the enemies die. And that means that jobs like, I think like Ninja and Black Mage, and depending on how well prepared the player is as the AoE comes up, Samurai might be really strong. Machinist with their reassembled chainsaw at max level is also really strong. And Dancer can stack their dances and finish them back to back. To do a lot of AoE burst, but honestly, most jobs have very competitive AoE damage, so you shouldn't have to choose a job based on that. Noel says, a lot of things to think about. Yeah, you could say that, if you mean in terms of like the general base rotation. The Monk has a lot more to think about, because since you go through like 6 sets of 3 1, 2, 3 combos before it circles back around to the start, assuming you get to that point, since perfect balance can mess up the sequence in a way. Compared to that, like, because that's an 18-step sequence where you go back and forth, the closest, like even remotely close in comparison, is Dragoon, because their combo is 10 steps long before it repeats. So you could say that Monk has the most complicated 1, 2, 3 combos because of that.
If you seek the definitive work on Marmo, then seek no further. I have penned an in-depth analysis of a most cunning ritual, a method contrived by the mages of El to annihilate the soul of this especially potent voidsent. When it comes to draining such a creature of its etheric energies, one must, but I have not the time to stand here explaining the intricacies of shaping arcane pottery. Here, take my chapter and read it at your leisure.
Thank you. I actually, speaking of AoE damage, I really enjoy the Red Mage, both the Red Mage, actually, the Red Mage and the Black Mage AoE combos are really fun to do. Black Mage especially. You're interested in reading our Book of Mormor? Of course. It would be a pleasure to share our findings with a fellow student of the Voidsent. Here's the first chapter. My own humble contribution to our research. It tells the tale of how we became aware of the creature's existence and delves into the nature of the urn that imprisoned her fell power. I would probably play way more Black Mage if it wasn't for the fact that, like on my main, if it wasn't for the fact that it is so difficult to deal with once boss mechanics are introduced. Then I would definitely play way more Black Mage, especially because the AoE is so fun. Like, how do you compete with spamming explosions like Flare repeatedly? Where's the third one? In one of the buildings, I'm guessing. Don't mind me, I'm just riding my equivalent of a horse indoors. Don't worry about it, it's not very large. Where is it? Hello? In here, maybe? There it is. Void math.
Your wish to learn of Momo right this instant? But we've barely... How did you... Well, I suppose I could spare a copy of my writings. I've already prepared several extra sets to share with potential publishers. I can well understand your curiosity, Momo is truly fascinating, even among the oddities of the Voidsent. She's far too powerful to make use of the tiny holes that open between our realities, and thus must send across only her spirit to possess a corpse or some other suitable host. You'll find it all explained there in the second chapter.
And then back to Ul'dah, apparently. Now, if you thought that getting your rotation, like as you scale down, so you have to deal with an incomplete rotation of what you're used to, is confusing, imagine if we had gotten Fire 3 before, like, Blizzard 3. Because Blizzard 3 is Black Mage. Like, imagine if we had started as Black Mage instead of Lancer, or no, Thaumaturge instead of Lancer. We would have been doing, like, level 20 or odd quests, running around with Fire 3 available to us, but no Blizzard 3. That would be confusing.
Do you like the 3 chapters of the Book of Momo?
Do you have the 3 chapters of the Book of Momo? It's my bad. But I do like them. The histories unearthed in the ruins of Sildi depict the suffering wrought by a singularly powerful Voidsent, the cunning and terrible seductress known as Momo. With genius born of desperation, the mages of the now fallen city fashioned an urn that would drain and imprison the etheric vitality of any creature that laid a hand or claw upon it. Momo, believing she was receiving a gift of appeasement from the beleaguered citizens, found her very essence drawn forth and trapped within the ensorcelled pot. Over the course of several centuries, the captive etheric energy was intended to weaken and dissipate, allowing any surviving descendants to safely shatter the urn and thus destroy Momo's innervated spirit. The pot's lid was never to be opened again. To do so would release the ravenous Voidsent, freeing her soul to enslave the nearest mortal vessel. As possession of this nature is irreversible, the only mercy afforded such a host should be a swift and decisive demise.
This explains Momo's fixation on Thaumaturge's side. Kokobushi's body provided little arcane sustenance for the weakened Voidsent, forcing her to prey upon richer sources of ether to restore her hideous power. This morsel of information may prove most vital. In fact, it may be the only glimmer of hope our poor sibling has. Pray hand this work over to Kokobigo. I shall be along momentarily. Didn't the book, Kokobuki, didn't the book just say
Sorry, maybe I misread, but didn't it just say that the only salvation for Kokobuzi is death? I'm pretty sure it said that. Didn't it say that? Was it that just me?
This is a work devoted to studying that nasty Voidsent. I should hope it provides some hint of salvation.
Bad news, friend.
Kokobuki, these passages hold naught but misery and despair. It seems we have little choice but to employ our traditional approach. Though fraught with danger, there's one solution that promises an alternative to killing Kokobuzi. If we fail, however, it will likely mean death for us all. Who is this mad mage that poses as our eldest brother? What of avoiding the threats, of eliminating the risks? Is that not how we Thaumaturges do battle? With each passing moment, Momo draws ever closer to her full strength. It pains me to even suggest it, but we should strike now, Kokobuki, while the Voidsent is yet feeble. I share that self-same sentiment. Sorrowful though it may be, we must slay our enslaved sibling, and soon. Listen, brothers, for my solution is thus. In return for releasing Kokobuzi from Momo's thrall, I will offer the Voidsent the chance to glut herself on my mana. You cannot! That succubus will drain you to a lifeless husk, and such a feast will awaken all her terrible magics. The well of my power is vast. I wager Momo's thirst will be slaked before my spirit fully runs dry, and the newly enlivened Voidsent, she will then face the combined wrath of Caetsu and 4 guildmasters of Thaumaturgy. How can we hope to prevail against this paragon of preternatural potency? We have always avoided adversaries against whom we held no advantage. The fault lies with me. Ever have I encouraged such avoidance and taught only the wisdom of certain victory? It is time we learned the courage to fight battles of unsure outcome. That's an interesting opposition to the Lancer story, where the Lancer story is about facing and learning courage. Here, they are finally going, wait a minute, maybe we should learn courage. Isn't that funny? How specifically Black Mage has that symmetry with Lancer in a way. Noel says, an armor piece is saying that I can purchase it in Yulmore through a vendor, but the item isn't there. It used to be a hunt item, but it's saying I can, but it with tomestones. Is the item called Ronken something? Something like that? What's the item called, Lowell? And it is you, Caetsu, that I ask to instruct us. There's yet one chapter left in the Yawning Abyss, one that is customarily hidden from newer members. Undertake the trial found within, and show my brothers what it means to be brave. How can you ask such a thing of poor Caetsu when even her guildmasters have yet to attempt that ghastly test? The arcane might you all possess is far greater than you believe. Caetsu, once you deem yourself prepared for the lesson of the true final chapter, meet us in the hallowed hall of Thal's respite. Deep Shadow Scale Mail of Striking. I'm pretty sure one of the vendors in Yulmore sells it. Pretty sure. Doesn't it say? Oh, wait a minute. No, you're right. You're right. It is only sold for the Lowell, you remember the Knots clan? You know, the clan hunts we were talking about earlier? You need to buy it with that. The reason for that is because so when an expansion is released, the very first gear set that you can purchase for farmable currency, farmable tomestones, in the Shadowbringers era, that was the Rocken armor or something like that. And then there will be the first set that is bought with weekly currency, and that would be the Deep Shadow outfit.
No, I'm pretty sure that it says that you can exchange the regular version for the augmented version, right? But you need 120 of those nuts to buy the item that you're talking about. 120. It's not that bad. If you do the actual clan hunts, you will amass 120 pretty quickly. Furble. But basically, as an expansion like reaches the latter part of it, it'll eventually reach a point where it'll move items that are obsolete out of the shops, and that's what you're experiencing here. That you're looking for a piece of equipment that is so quote-unquote old that the item isn't even available from the vendor that it would originally have been on. I believe if you go to Crystarium, the clan hunts vendor there next to the hunting board will also be selling the item that you're looking for. D is for dead. I'm glad I could clear up the confusion, Luel. But it is a little strange, but the reason why you can exchange it for like 100 poetics to get the augmented version is because that's how they fix the issue that people might have a leftover not augmented version in their inventory somewhere. And you can just exchange it like that and save some resources. I regret having to drag you into our family's troubles, but I'm confident that, with the many and terrible trials you have bested already, you will prevail once more. The hidden chapter of the Yawning Abyss presents a trial that challenges the accumulated knowledge and skills of a single Thaumaturge. You must employ all the tools at your disposal if you hope to seize victory this day. Let the trial commence. Oh, we get to level 29. Well, he is pretty good, so that should be fine. Now this is some strategy. Thunder all 3 and then sleep all 3, so you get thundercloud procs while they can't attack back. They're just getting one-shotted. Is that the intent? Oh, they're spawning faster and faster. This might become a problem. Are they also one-shottable? Oh, they take a little bit more. Thunder one of them, and then just Blizzard the other one. The Void Jumper. It's so nice when you get back-to-back Thundercloud procs. At this level, it's so much damage.
I cannot stop shaking, but I think this may actually be excitement. Do you see now, my brothers? With the primal energies of Thaumaturge at your command, there's no threat which you cannot overcome. Perhaps there is a chance to save Kokobusi. I need to reconsider some of my strategies. It seems we have been wasting our potential. I would have never have believed it possible for a mage to show such courage and live. What a wonder Caetsu was. I feel my fingers itching to fling fire with a fury. Imagine, my siblings, what towering enemies you might topple should you stand firm together. Thank you, Caetsu. Your inspiring display of magecraft has set the minds of my brothers reeling with new possibilities. Let us now return to the guild and discuss what is to come.
So I hadn't actually expected that we would reach level 30 after Halatali, which is why I'm making the extra effort to finish so that we reach Black Mage before we end, rather than ending almost there. I did say that my original plan was to end after Halatali, but we got like 2 levels from one boss and then another level from another boss, and then we leveled straight to 30. Like, that was crazy.
What a formidable team you all shall make. Kokobaigo, Kokobani, Kokobezi, Kokoboha, Caetsu, Kaetsu. Even Momo must wither before the onslaught of your combined Thaumaturge. But before we engage the Voidsent, perhaps some time is needed for my brothers to unlearn their ingrained inclinations. Meanwhile, I suggest you hurl yourself into the chasm of your studies. Your fearless Thaumaturge is as a beacon to us all.
Well, you say that, Kokobuki. However, how about if we immediately continued? How about that? How about if we immediately continue? What do you think about that?
Fortune has favored us. Fortune has favored us, Caetsu. Kokobusi has been spotted at Vesper Bay. We cannot let this opportunity pass us by. Head there with all due haste, and with you, take these descriptions of my brother's likeness and Momo's mannerisms. Relay this information to some of the local residents and see what you can find.
Wait. Vesper Bay is a red ticket. Convenient. And someone back there. What's that, miss? You say you're looking for someone. I believe I saw you Lalafell in the company of a couple adventurers hailing from Limsa, a marauder and a Thaumaturge. Were I to hazard a guess, I think they were talking about seeing the area north of here. I feel like we don't need more information than that, but sure, let's talk with other locals, just in case.
Welcome to the Pissed Paste, love. What can I get ya? Ah, information, is it? That little bloke was in here, bringing a blush to all the young maidens' cheeks. What he lacked in height, he certainly made up for in boldness. Left with more than one lass on his arm, he did.
Oh dear. Someone in here, maybe? No? Nope. Where would the last one be? Back... Wait. Oh, there. Hey, Gibbet.
Something I do for you, stranger. Now that you mention it, I did see a Lalafell who matches this description. He was watching the ferries come in with more than a passing interest, looking to hire some adventures or some such, I reckon.
Kokobuki just hanging out in the center, looking like an edgelord. Hello.
So Momo has chosen this as her new hunting ground. The maidens seduced by the succubus will be prepared as vessels to hold a fully restored power. I fear they will have already been slain. As for the adventurers, well, I think you can imagine what Momo intends for the Thaumaturge. We must find and warn those unwitting Lominsans before the Voidsent strikes again. You were told that they might be headed north, yes? It would be best for you to follow suit. That's what we do then. There's the Marauder. Welcome back, Pokeshack.
Still here. It's still here. Somewhere close.
Oh dear.
Me thanks, lass. My head. That little bastard said he would give us the grand tour of Uldar. It's been grand, all right. Please, he took my mate further north. I think he was muttering something about Moondrip.
Caetsu, what has befallen? I sense the presence of Voidsent, but it appears you have things well in hand. Momo is in Moondrip, a fitting place for the battle to come. It is time to finish this, my brothers. Kokobushi will be a slave to that fiend no longer.
Your fingers are cramping up. Is it the mashing buttons of Monk? I can understand that. Like, it's way faster than other jobs in some capacity. Like, that would be one of the jobs that would do that. Don't push yourself too hard, Lowell. Pokshak says, you're approaching the most important moment of Black Mage, the third heart.
I shall approach Momo first. As we discussed, if the bargaining proceeds smoothly and the Voidsent feasts on my preferred mana, then she should soon manifest in her demonic form. Once Momo is fully present within this realm, that is when you unleash the seething power of the Abyss. Though after lecturing for so long on how a Thaumaturge should avoid such threats, I yet hold doubts as to whether such a direct conflict is the correct path. Caetsu, in your experience, what do you consider to be a Thaumaturge's greatest strength?
Overwhelming destructive might. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes, there are none who can match our propensity for fiery ruin. We need not run from danger, but rather employ our unrivaled powers to incinerate all that seek to do us harm. I am decided. My fate awaits me. I have faith that, no matter what becomes of me, you shall succeed in destroying Momo, ending her threat to this realm.
Introspection. Oh no, it's a small dragon. Wait, no, it's a Mikote. That also makes sense because this is a realm reborn.
Enough, Momo.
Well, well, if it isn't the eldest of the cowardly Thaumaturge brothers. I thought you'd be busy whimpering under your bed, wishing that I'd just disappear.
I've come to offer you a deal. I know you seek the etheric energy needed to substantiate your true form, but how much time do you intend to waste feeding on these lesser mages? Compared to these stripling sorcerers and their trembling arcane flames, my power is as a blazing sun. Would you not prefer to take what I can give you? Drain my strength and assume your rightful appearance. I'm sure you think me a coward, but that is of no consequence. I only wish Kokobushi returned to us unharmed.
Oh no! Oh, it's not a small dragon. No, it's a cat, so it doesn't matter. No, it does matter, but if it was a small dragon, then I would care even more. For reasons. You are wise to acquiesce, mage.
Let
Run!
Ha ha ha. At long last, my true body, my true power is mine once more. I believe a stretching of the old Marcane muscles is in order.
Well, good, because we're here.
Oh, no you don't, Voidsent.
Guys, really?
We won't let you leave here alive.
You don't look that threatening. I'll be the threatening factor. Seriously, guys? So you risk your lives in a valiant rescue attempt. You should not bet what you are not prepared to lose. I shall tear the ether from your very marrow. Boss fight time! Oh wait, he's the tank. Cool. That's pretty funny. One of them just decided that they'll take the hit, and then they just do. And they're using why are they using Thunder too? That's wildly inefficient. Oh no. Why am I the tank now? There must have been some sort of mistake. Finally, I feel like we went so long without a single thunder proc. Void Call. Ads time? Ads time. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to fight them. But I do feel like simply spreading lightning to all of them appears to be not a bad idea for extra thundercloud procs. There it is. Pokejack says, you have 3 flavors of poke with you, small toothpick. Fire poke, ice poke, electric poke, and somnolency poke. Maybe 4 flavors. Anyway, you will not use the last one. You might not need the last one. We actually did use the last one on the level 25 quest. It was very convenient for the bats. And that is why he will never be a Black Mage. He is inefficient using the electric poke.
We won? We won! Victory is ours! Kakabusi! Kokabuki! Momo is dead! What? Where am I? Thank Thal, you're awake. You're awake. Kokabuki! Kokabusi is returned to us. Our sibling has yet to stir from his somnolent stupor. Buki? His etheric channels have contracted. They're barely sufficient to sustain the flow of his life force. If we do not increase his capacity for ether soon, his vitality will drain away completely.
How about that potion you were working on?
My mana amplifying potion. Its potency is limited, but it just might be enough.
Splash.
I see the battle ended, as I expected. You did it, Kokabusi! Your alchemy saved him! And we would not have prevailed without you, Caetsu. We'll bear our brother back to the ossuary. Pray meet us there, that we might properly express our gratitude.
That's a little sudden to get out and just get smacked by a mob like that. On average, how long will it take to gather 120 nuts? I'm pretty sure that there's a weekly task that gives you 100. And then there's a bunch of daily tasks where if you do all of them, the first bit gives like 15, the second bit gives like 20, and the third bit gives like 25, I think, something like that. But the main idea is that if you do just the 100 one, the very last one, the weekly task, then you'll get 100, and then you're already really close. I'm pretty sure that's what it gives. So an hour or less, Lowell. Assuming you haven't already done the weekly one.
Thank you, Caetsu. After seeking refuge in the comforting shadows of the abyss for so long, I had lost sight of the blazing glory of which Thaumaturge is capable. The raw power and audacity of your magecraft has freed my brothers and me from our self-imposed cowardice. I thought Thal himself had his fingers at my throat, but this sensation of hard-won supremacy is strangely satisfying. As for you, Kokabusi, you are our brother and our respected colleague. I hope you never again underestimate the precious power you wield. Caetsu, you have exceeded all my expectations. In recognition of your outstanding growth as a thaumaturge, I shall impart to you one of the guild's most closely guarded techniques.
Mana Ward. Ironic that you would be so afraid of close quarters if you had Mana Ward all along. It is a defensive weaving of energies that blunts the force of any attack made against you. I am sure you can understand why we do not teach this secret to every stray hedge wizard who chooses to join our ranks. Now that you have experienced the deadliest threats and the joy that comes with their obliteration, I am certain you are eager to explore just how deep you might descend into the chasm of Thaumaturge. May your struggles bring wisdom and your wisdom bring courage. I, for one, look forward to hearing of your future thaumaturgical endeavors. I'll grab the pants. Mana Ward is actually pretty big. The reason why Mana Ward is kind of is because it's like equal to, I believe, Radiant Aegis, which Summoner just gets at level 2. It's actually worse than Radiant Aegis. Radiant Aegis is 30% health on a 60-second cooldown that lasts 30 seconds. So in every single aspect, Mana Ward is inferior. Is that really an upgrade? Yeah, it's more magic damage, so yes. And then we have new pants, which is also an upgrade, a significant upgrade. And then we do this, and that's the grand finale of tonight, because it's already really late.
Caetsu, I've been waiting for you. In a way, please let me explain. Do you know of the Marasaya Pit? It's a prison here in Ul'dah. In prison, a man will do most anything to keep his mind occupied. Of late, one inmate claims to hear the voice of Nathal. No doubt, he has lost his mind after serving 100 years of a life sentence. But he knew of you by name, Caetsu, and maintains the traitors demand you with the gem of Shatoto and exchange it for his release. A farce, no doubt. I make it for nothing more than the maniacal ravings of a self-crazed, sweaty-toothed madman, but I fear the only way to be sure is to free him of the pit. The prisoner's name is Kukuruka Tataruka, and as if his story were not proof enough of his lunacy, he also styles himself a Black Mage. But such magic was lost to Eorzea centuries ago. Who does this senile charlatan think he will fool with such rubbish? Nevertheless, he has invoked the name of Nathal, and so the Order feels it unwise to ignore his words. Though I am still no believer, you have come as he said you would. So let us get to the bottom of this, shall we? It may be that you are an agent of fate, or perhaps you are merely a crooked old man's accomplice. In either case, I ask that you travel to Highbridge in eastern Thanalan. Seek out the planar fissure, our rift between this world and the next. Fell whatever beast might lurk there, and water the earth with their blood. According to our Gailed Mummer, doing so will give rise to the gem of Shatoto. The gem is no more than a pretty stone, oft mentioned in bedtime stories and the tales of fairies. We shall see if it truly exists. I shall await your findings here. Return to me when the deed is done.
That's a really long trip actually, just for that. But I will say, relative to what Black Mage has access to, Mana Ward is decent. It's just that relative to what other mages have access to, Mana Ward is pretty weak. Oh, another one. More? Nope, that's it.
Thaumaturge, hear me.
Oh. Well, you have to give whatever voice when you can't see what you're dealing with.
Put up your weapon, friend. Kasakcha means no harm. So you are the one of whom Kukuruka's prophecy speaks. By your hand was the blood of these creatures spilled upon this earthen vein, was it not? Then you have earned this gem of Shatoto. Take it. You will know what to do with it when the time comes.
Which is a soul crystal, I take it.
With this, my part is done. Farewell for now.
Ta-da! I feel like the Dragoon starter quest was like way longer. Or maybe we're not done yet. Yeah, okay.
Well, you certainly smell as though you've been off spilling blood, but it will take more than a waft of foulness to convince me you are an ancient of divine will. I take it yours was an eventful journey.
That is an excellent picture. That's like the meme where you're like, where like the little girl in this anime like puts like something completely worthless on the table and it's like, one something please.
It is exactly as described in the tales. Could it truly be the gem of Shatoto? 'Twill be good. I can feel the magic pulsing within it. The tales tell that only souls blessed by the grace of Nalthal are entrusted with the keeping of the gem. This is beyond mere coincidence. I must investigate further.
My soul crystal.
And you must assist me, Kaetsu. This now involves you as much as any other. Still, I cannot shake my inner skeptic. If Kukuruka somehow made contact with the outside world, he may be manipulating adventurers such as yourself for ends yet unknown to us. I will call an emergency council of the order. Please wait here.
Well, fortunately though, Will, I believe the hunts are unlocked rather quickly, assuming you have, done the minimum requirement to unlock one sort of hunt. Can't remember what the initial requirement is. That will not be necessary.
Kukuruka, what are you doing here? How have you escaped the pit? Watch your tongue, you insolent fool! Master has passed a century in meditation communing with Nalthal. You will address him with the proper respect.
The jailers of the Marasaya pit are very different from the heretics of your order. Suffice it to say they had wisdom enough to listen. Yeah, puts it on the table like, give me candy, please. Must I remind you again that the will I speak is that of Nalthal himself. The true criminal is he who ignores the words of a god.
Beware, Kukuruka. The 12 seldom spare those who claim their voice. This mummer's farce will bring disaster to us all.
The cause of the disaster to come will be no words of mine, of that be sure. Nalthal spoke unto me by his own declaration. The seal on the void gate will be broken. Once thrown open, it can be closed once more by none but she who bears the gem of Shatoto. I speak of you, Caetsu Chaiji. I have it again. Look, my candy returned to me. The gem you hold is the mark of a mage of the black. With it in hand, you must now set forth to gather the keys needed to seal the void gate. And now I'll waddle over here, dramatically.
Wait, you can't, you don't have the right to, I can't just let this happen.
Silence, you hollow-pated prig. Those who do not listen shall not be heard. You take for yourself the title of Thaumaturge, and so I will not suffer you to claim ignorance. You know as well as any of the existence of a netherworld rife with shadow and monstrosity, the void. As the power of the void waxes, the barrier between it and our world wanes. Eventually, that barrier will falter, and the void gate will open. Once it has, only the black magic of Eld can reseal it.
This is sacrilege.
I don't know. As one who now commands the forces of destruction, I bid you go forth, Black Mage. The gem of Shatoto is our sigil, the mark of the Magi devoted to the true dark art. In it, you already possess the first key required to see the void gate sealed. You have taken the black, but time is needed before the black takes you, before it permeates mind and body, and colors every fiber of your being dark as pitch. Visit Milvaneth Sacrarium, and there hear the words of Lalai. Angry walks away. Do not fear the power to destroy. Master it, and with it destroy that which would destroy you. I mean, that sounds very much like the Thaumaturge strat. Minor Guild.
Master is meditating in his chambers, for Nalthal always speaks, and Master must listen. He has entrusted me with guiding you on your path, but you must walk alone yet. Come again when the black has grown stronger within you.
The next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai upon reaching level 35. Ba-bam! And the first spell we get is like the kinda mana recovery action, and that's it, really. The Gem of Shatoto imbues you with further knowledge. And now I have to figure out how I was ordering my spells before. It's like this, and this, and this, and this, and we don't need that. I think that's pretty fine. And then, where is this quest continuing from? Coerthus, so Gridania would be the obvious choice. So that leads to kind of the end of the stream. So if there's any like last questions or something you guys would want to ask me about before we finish, then this is your chance. Hello, I am Plushy. Did you just come in? Just... Alright. See you. I'm going to be here for a few minutes, because I usually answer a few questions if there are any. Well, the good news are, I'm Plushy, that I'm going to be streaming on Saturday. So, if the time fits pretty well there, then you can see me then. But if you have a question or something, then I have time. Mm-hmm. That's okay, Pokeshack. How's the weather? I believe it's just, like, cold outside and dark. You have to do Heavensward Hunt quest before you can unlock... Not hunts. Well, you have to unlock Heavensward Hunt quests, I'm pretty sure. So the biggest hurdle in unlocking hunt quests, Lowell, is that to unlock the Heavensward Hunt quests, you have to have already unlocked a Realm Reborn Hunt quest, and to unlock a Realm Reborn Hunt quests, you have to have gotten pretty high in your Grand Company rank. So you need to increase this, I'm pretty sure. That's the biggest hurdle, but that you just do by farming company seals for the most part. And then you just, like, as soon as you unlock the Heavensward Hunt quests, you pretty much just repeatedly do the quest, which is just talk with a person, kind of, until you reach the completion of that one. And then I believe you have to do the... I think it's actually, that's it. So it's not that bad, it's just knowing who to talk to. How do you unlock a Garrow title? So you go to Wolf's Den Pier, which is the PvP area, and then there is an NPC on the docks. That's like within like a stone's throw of the Aetheryte. There is an NPC standing on like a very small dock that sells Makai equipment. If you talk with that NPC, they will sell you equipment for wolf marks. If you have a full set, which is a full armor set with weapon, if there is a weapon, you equip it, the full set, which means you have to switch to a relevant job, and then you ask the NPC to grant you a title. And they will then grant you a title. And that is a Garrow title. The armor sets that specifically have these like almost Power Ranger style metal outfits are probably those that are most directly relevant to this Garrow stuff. But technically there's a bunch of outfits, like there's at least an outfit for every role at minimum. And keep in mind, you can get a title without the weapon if you choose a job that came out after Heavensward. So Red Mage, Samurai, Gunbreaker, Dancer, Sage, Reaper. they can all get these titles without a weapon, because there is no weapon for them. They can just get the armor. I hope you can you can figure out getting the nut hunts, Lowell. If you have a lot of trouble with it, make sure to let me know on Saturday. And then I'll make sure then we'll look into it. We'll make sure that you get that up and running. It should just be go to your grant company and figure out getting hunts from them, and then go and get your hunts unlocked in Heavensward areas, which is either Idleshare or in Foundation. And when that's done, you should be able to jump directly to Crystarium, I'm pretty sure. I'm perfectly confident that you can find it, Lowell. That's why I'm like being like just a little broad with where to go, because I know that you can. I know you can do it. Anyway, if there's no more like any more questions, then it's very late for a workday. So thank you everyone so much for hanging out tonight. And remember that Smol Caetsu Chaiji's adventure proper with the main quest continues on Saturday, where we continue as Dragoon. Even though we are only like 12 levels behind with Black Mage. Yeah. And no, we don't need to take a lot of pictures. We usually take pictures on the main quest nights. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'm sorry, I'm Plushy, that you missed that you came in at just at the tail end. It feels like almost every time I stream Smol Caetsu Chaiji adventures of any capacity, it feels like someone comes in at the very last moment, and I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Right? Thank you everyone so much for watching, and good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And that just leaves us to send Caetsu Chaiji to bed. Good night.